Good morning, everyone. I'm Eric, and on behalf of the BRAZ-TESOL Rio chapter, I would like to welcome you all. Thanks to each and every one of you for being here with us today, and a special thanks goes to BRAZ-TESOL and our sponsors. I hope we have a great and memorable day together like we did yesterday. We're pleased to have John Corbett as our plenary speaker, and also a fantastic group of teachers who are willing to share a little of their experiences and expertise with you throughout the morning. Some important pieces of information to consider before we start. This is our main room where the plenaries will take place, and will also be live on the BRAZ-TESOL channel on YouTube. There are two other rooms for the talks and webinars, which will be recorded and then available on YouTube soon. The links will be made available on the chat box and on the main screen during the breaks and right after this plenary as well. Feel free to use the Q&A button for any questions you might have. Your questions can be someone else's too, right? Let's have the chat box for interaction and announcements, because it's a little bit harder to keep track of the questions there. So welcome, John. We're a little bit comfortable with the time, so if you want to just say hello and then I will introduce you.
Hello, it's great to be here. Thank you very much, Eric, for the invitation. Thank you to the Rio chapter of BRAZ-TESOL for inviting me here. It's very nice to be part of this collaboration between the Rio chapter and the Intercultural Language Education SiG. And I know that Ugo Dart is out there listening somewhere. He's done most of the legwork on our side. And we watched Andrea and Eva present yesterday. So it's lovely to have this collaboration between the ILE SiG and Rio chapter. And it's great to be here on a Sunday morning. Thank you for being here. How many people are watching this in their pajamas? If you're watching this in your pajamas, can you just say yes in the chat box with a mug of cocoa? Not today. So what are you wearing? I put on a shirt. This is the first time I've been wearing a shirt for 4 months. I dressed up specially for this. I'm glad that some of you have showered. That's good. That's good. Thank you for that. Having breakfast. So you're digging into your papaya. Some people are in their running clothes. That's good. It's always good to know what you're dressed in. My brain doesn't work when I'm wearing pajamas. My brain doesn't work full stop, so you have my sympathy. 100% bananas. I hope you're wearing more than the Havaianas. If you're not wearing any more than the Havaianas, do not put your camera on. Oh, a nice cup of coffee from Minas Gerais. That sounds good. Oh, somebody's going out to lunch, so they're already in the business clothes. It's way too cold in Curitiba, poor Curitiba, down south. Some people are watching from under the duvet in bed, in PJs and Havaianas. Well, thank you for that. And it's really, really nice that you're here. And I'll hand you back to Eric so that you can formally introduce me.
John. John Corbett has been a CAPES International Fellow and Visiting Professor at USP. He was previously a Professor of English at the Universities of Glasgow and Macau. He's the author of various articles, chapters, and books, including Intercultural Language Activities by Cambridge University Press. And he's currently president of the BRAZ-TESOL Intercultural Language Education SiG, which is our great partner at this event. So John, we are a bit comfortable with time still. So if you want to just start a little bit slowly and then so that more people can join us, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll start slowly and then people can catch up. I think if people are just tuning in about 5 minutes, I'll give you a slow introduction. but I'll try to start sharing my screen because that usually takes me about 5 minutes to do. Shall I do that?
Yeah, okay, go ahead. I'm gonna stop sharing mine.
Okay, can I just check that you can see that?
Yes.
And you can hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Brilliant, okay. And I want to see the chat box. So where do I do that? Where do I click? Let me see. Is it possible for me to see the chat box while I'm doing this?
Yes, if you go back to the Zoom screen, you see right next to the share screen button, there's a chat speech bubble, and if you click there, there should be an extra pop-up.
Okay, that's Q&A. Okay,
No, there's
that's
right
the
next
question
to
and
it.
answer box.
Right next to it, there should be a chat box as well.
There isn't. There's something that says participants.
Yeah, here I see participants, Q&A, chat, then share screen.
No, I've got participants, Q&A, new share. Anyway, that's not a problem. What I'll ask people to do is put, if I've got any questions and answers, I'll ask them to put it in the Q&A box. Would that work?
Sure, absolutely. I'm going to make sure I reinforce that in the chat whenever I see a question.
Okay, that's great. And maybe if you can relay stuff to me, if there's anything really interesting going on.
Sure. We've planned to save the questions for the end, so I'm going to keep track of them in case there's some that come up in the chat. That's okay with you?
Sure. I'll be happy to answer questions in the end. Okay, so we'll have a gentle start. So again, thank you all for being here, particularly on a Sunday morning. I have a tremendous amount of respect for you for being here, even in your Havaianas, even in your pajamas on a Sunday morning. So thank you so much for switching on your screen yet again and being here. Today we're going to talk about conversation, and particularly conversational storytelling. Now, I'm the president of the Intercultural Language Education SiG, so you might be wondering, what does conversational storytelling have to do with intercultural language education? And I hope to make that clear as the session goes forward. But to begin with, if I can try to get my, there we go.
May I use this time? I've been told that.
To begin with, what I want you to do is, go ahead, Eric.
There's a more button, there are 3 dots and a more button. Maybe you can see the chat option there.
Oh, I can. You're a good man.
Thank you, Gabriel.
So I've clicked it and nothing has happened. Hang on.
It usually comes as a pop-up window.
I've got it. Yeah, the question and answer box was hiding the chat box, but that's great. I'm back in. That's great. So I've got the chat up. That's fantastic. So perhaps in the chat box, I'm going to ask you to begin by answering the question, how would you define conversation? What do you think of as conversation? And what kind of things does conversation involve for you? So while you're thinking about that and while you're putting your answers in the chat box, I'll tell you why I got interested in this subject. Before you were born, about 35 years ago, I was beginning my teaching career, and I was teaching in summer schools at Stirling University. And at Stirling University in Scotland, we used to have the regular classes in the morning, And in the afternoon, we would have options. So the students could choose an option if they wanted extra sessions in the afternoon. And we give them a menu. And the two most popular options that students chose was grammar classes and conversation classes. And I used to teach the grammar classes because I didn't know how to teach the conversation classes. I didn't know what conversation was. And I couldn't figure out what I was doing when I was having a conversation. And I looked at textbooks, and textbooks didn't really help. Now, this is the 1980s. So communicative language teaching had just started. And we were thinking about conversation mainly as the exchange of information. Have you ever really tried to have a conversation as an exchange of information? What you did was you said to students, what did you do yesterday? And they would say, I went to the zoo. And then you'd say, what did you do there? I saw some animals. Which animals did you see? I saw lions and tigers and monkeys and elephants. What is your favorite animal? My favorite animal is the lion. Nobody has a conversation like that. Conversation involves the exchange of information, but it's not for the exchange of information. So all these information exchange activities, information gap activities, did not work for me as conversations. So authenticity, yeah. Conversation is learning from each other. The art of listening, good. We'll be talking about listening today. Exchanging not only information, but ideas as well, or beliefs. So I'll come to that. My next thought was, well, maybe it's not about the exchange of information. Maybe it's about the exchange of opinions. So let's try that. If you're sitting at home in your pajamas and your avayanas, after this session, turn to your significant other, turn to the person next to you and ask their opinion about something. So for example, turn to the person beside you and say, well, what do you think of modern art? Do we really do that? If I go downstairs and say to my wife, what is your opinion about modern art? What do you think she's going to say to me? She's probably going to say, what have you done? She might say, what have you bought? She is not going to tell me her opinion about modern art, because conversation, we don't go around randomly asking people our opinions of things. Again, in conversations, we can exchange opinions, but they're not primarily for the exchange of opinions. So what are they for? It's to inform and be informed. Well, that's about information. Yes, she's going to think I'm drunk. If I start randomly asking for your opinion of something, you're going to think that I am mentally deranged in some way. It could be because of alcohol. So conversation involves the exchange of information. It involves the exchange of opinions, but it's not primarily for these things. So I never liked teaching teaching conversation 35 years ago, because I couldn't really understand what it was for. So I started reading about it, and I would read books like this if it comes up on the screen. Yep. I started reading books about it. I've still got them here, actually. This one is getting rather old now. I don't know if you can see it. I hug it to myself. It's called Analyzing Casual Conversation. Look how thick it is. All this information about analyzing casual conversation by Suzanne Eggins and Diane Slade. And I read this, it came out in 2005. And somebody else who read it was Scott Thornbury. And Scott Thornbury also enjoyed it, obviously. And he immediately asked Diane Slade, I think it was, Diane Slade, to co-write another book with him. And that's this book, Conversation from Description to Pedagogy, which is based on the Yellow Book, Analysing Casual Conversation, but is more for English language teachers like you and me. And it is about what conversation is for, what it looks like, features of conversation, and again, it's quite a thick book. So what I'm going to do today really is try to extract some of the main information from these books and share them with you, because reading these books really helped me to understand the conversation, but also to teach conversation. So I'll be looking at those today. And I've lost the chat box. I'm going to try to bring it back. See what you're saying. So today, the outline of the session is going to begin by saying, well, what is conversation? I've said what it's not. It's not primarily about information exchange. It's not primarily about giving opinions. I'll be talking about 4 types of conversation, what conversation is, plus a little bit of gossip, because I think one statistic is at least 80% of authentic conversations, and somebody mentioned authenticity. About 80% of authentic conversations are gossip. So if you can't gossip in English, you don't have conversations. How many of us go into the classroom and say, today I'm going to teach you how to gossip? But if you don't do that, then you're missing out on about 80% of authentic conversations. So we have to know how to gossip and why we are gossiping in English. But as, again, somebody else said in the chat, conversation involves an awful lot of interesting features, particularly from listeners. People have to back channel. They have to say things like, yeah, wow, gosh. And we don't do that as second language speakers. You need a lot of informal evaluative language. You need to have these linguistic resources if you're going to have good, authentic conversations. And you have to have things like vague language. So there's a lot that we need to be able to do if we're having conversations, but we're going to begin by looking at 4 different types of conversation. This is a quote from Thornbury and Slade that tries to define what conversation is. And it tells you why conversation is important for people like me who are interested in intercultural language education. And Thornbury and Slade, in this book, Conversation, From Description to Pedagogy, say the centrality of conversation to human discourse owes to the fact that it is the primary location, it is the most important location for the enactment of social values. Somebody on the chat said beliefs. The enactment of social values and relationships. We negotiate our social values and our relationships through conversation, and it's the main way of doing it. We are cultural because we have conversations. Through talk, we establish, maintain, modify, negotiate our social identities. So conversation is primary. It's the main way that we have as human beings of establishing our social and cultural identities. And that's why it's important in intercultural language education, because different cultures they have conversations in different ways, and they establish, maintain, and modify their social and cultural identities through those conversations. So there are 2 main characteristics of conversation. What does it look like? Well, one of the main forms of conversation is what is called small talk. There are other books on small talk. Again, this book by Justin Copeland, edited by Justin Copeland, is about small talk alone. And again, quite thick. And that's mainly things like, how are you? I'm fine. How do you do? How do you do? So that's kind of even exchanges between participants. I'm not really going to talk about small talk today. People often begin with small talk, they have even exchanges, and then one participant will take the floor, will be the primary contributor to the conversation, and very, very often they tell a story. And the second person stops contributing except by giving minimal and restricted responses, which are very important, but they're shorter. And that's what we are going to take a look at today. We're going to look at that evolution from small talk into a conversational story, because it's through the conversational stories that we establish, maintain, and modify our identities as first and second language speakers. There are four main types of story. They become gradually more complex. The basic one, but actually the most difficult to do in some respects, is simply called a recount. That's the expression that is used in Eggins and Slade and Thornbury and Slade. They call it a recount. It's a basic narrative. You tell a story of things that happened. That's all. It's very neutral. It gets more interesting and more complicated when you say things happened and we should learn from them. This is what they call an exemplum, a nice little Latin name, kind of slightly medieval. So things happened and there's a moral. Things happen and there's a lesson that we should learn. So that adds something to the story. And then you get into an even more interesting kind of conversational story. There's a story, things happened. I had an emotional response to it, and I'm inviting you to share my emotional response. So that's when you need a lot of emotional vocabulary. And we need to teach that emotional vocabulary. And then the most complex kind of story, a narrative, is when things happen, they were complicated. I might be emotional about it. There might be a problem. I solved the problem. There was a resolution. And maybe I didn't learn from it. Maybe I did learn from it. But it's got that problem-solution pattern. And that's what we call a narrative. So when we're teaching conversation, we can build it up. We can begin with a recount, turn it into an exemplum, turn it into an anecdote, and expand it into a narrative. So you can take conversation in stages. Begin with a recount, move into an exemplum, turn it into an anecdote, finish with a narrative, and maybe we'll gossip about it afterwards. As I said, the recount is basically a narrative. This is when you go into a language classroom and say, tell me something about what happened yesterday. Tell me what you did in your summer holidays. What did you do last night? And most of the time you think, why do you want to know? This is the basic information exchange that I said conversation was not about. It's not emotional. There is no investment. But you can begin with a recount, simply with a story of things happen, because you need that ability to tell a past tense narrative. So you can try this in a classroom by saying to learners, well, choose a photograph on your phone and tell me the story of that photograph. It is important to you. It's important enough that you took a photograph of it. So just tell me the story. Don't tell me what you learned from it. Don't get too emotional about it. Just tell me the story that happened. So a recount is a simple story. Something happens and something else happens, A and then B and then D and then E and then F happened, past tense narrative. It has to be important to the speaker, or why tell the story? So bring a photo to the class, tell a story about it. If you're teaching this, a good way to do it is to bring your own photograph and say, teach your students, here's my photograph, tell the story of your photograph. Then get two students to tell their stories based on their photographs. Then the class can tell their stories. But these are basic, unemotional stories. So here's my photo for you. Just before we started, I was shouting at the dog. This is the dog, Matilda. My wife got this dog about 6 years ago now. She got the dog. I was living in Macau. She was living in Brazil looking after her mother, who was not very well. And when she was living in Brazil and I was in Macau, my wife was lonely. And so she decided to get a dog. And she picked up Matilda. Matilda was a stray dog, a street dog. She got her at a vet and she brought her home. And one night she showed her to me. She said, "Guess what I did today?" This was on FaceTime. And I looked at the screen and I saw this dog and I was very angry. And I said, "What have you done?" And she said, "I've got this dog." And I said, "I don't want a dog. I think our life is very, very complicated. It's more responsibility. Get rid of it." And we had a kind of heated conversation. And eventually she said, "Okay, I'll get rid of the dog." Now, Matilda is quite a clever dog, and she probably understood what I was saying. So what she did is she got very ill. And my wife looked after her. Matilda nearly died. And my wife looked after her until Matilda was completely well again. How do you say to your wife, "Now get rid of the dog"? So I thought the dog has to stay. And the dog is still with us today. Perfectly well, perfectly happy, and perfectly spoiled. So that's the story of Matilda. My photo, my recount. Now, I'm going to just check there to see if anybody has chatted. Give me a second. Because I'm looking for the chats. They're not coming up on my screen, so I'm going to think about what you're doing. Now, I've told you my story. As listeners out there on the internet in the void, were you doing anything? Were you looking at my picture and going, "Oh, cute, fofinho"? Were you doing things like that? If you're doing this, you're being a good listener. And this is one of the key things about conversations. It's probably as important as the story. The listener needs to back channel. They need to go, "Oh, wow, right." When I said, I told her to get rid of it, get rid of the dog, you were looking at the picture of Matilda. You were going, "Yeah, okay, that's right. Get rid of it." Or you were going, "No, are you crazy? How cruel. How could you say that? What kind of husband are you?" In other words, you're responding, and you're responding to me with a certain attitude. You're showing me your values, and you're contesting my values. And we're doing this through the medium of conversation. Now, it's very important to monitor this, and it's very important to teach this. Because if you're a second language speaker like me when I'm speaking Portuguese, when I'm listening to people speaking Portuguese, this is the expression on my face. And I'm not saying anything because I'm concentrating so much on what you're saying to me. I'm not saying, "Oh, não, mesmo, não, fofinho, nossa." I'm not doing that. I should be doing that because that is important to the conversation. So you have to give people the resources in English to be good listeners. So when you're teaching recounts, this is how I would suggest that you do it. That you do it in groups not of 2, but of 3, A, B, and C. A is the speaker, the storyteller. B is a listener, and C is a monitor. And you get the photos. A tells the story of the photo. B listens to the story, and B must give feedback. They must go, "No, wow, okay." And you can tell a story of pets. Pets are good sources for recounts. You can tell the story of an unwanted pet, like mine, an aggressive pet, a new pet, a fofinia pet. Or you can tell the story of an unwanted Christmas present, an unwanted birthday present, a childhood accident, something that is important to the learner. B listens, B responds with back channel, and C monitors. And C's job is to say, how interested is B in the story? The chances are that B is not very interested because recounts by themselves are fairly neutral. To be interesting, recounts need to turn into something else. And that's what we're going to look at now. Okay. Recounts are important because they allow the speaker to tell a personal experience that's important to them. It allows the listeners the opportunity to show some engagement through back channeling. But there's not much need for empathy. There's not much need for involvement in a recount. They're the kinds of things that you do in an English language class, simply to practice past tense narratives. The exemplum, the second kind of story, is much more interesting. An exemplum is when you tell a story and we should learn something from it. And you can see a good example of a photograph that can trigger an exemplum there. What do you think is going to happen in this photograph? And what do you think we should learn from this photograph? Accidents are good examples for exemplums. And the great difficulty for many second language learners is how to begin an exemplum. How do you begin a conversation? And three good formulae for beginning an exemplum is, oh, I remember once, or that reminds me of when I was, oh, a terrible thing happened to me once, or a really nice thing happened to me once. So I want to take a look at these exemplums. And I want you to think about this. Does this remind you of an accident that happened to you? And if it reminds you, then I want you to think, oh, I remember once. And then when you finish it, you're thinking about what you learned from it. So you can say things, oh, it just shows you you shouldn't, or you mustn't. Or it just shows you how dangerous it is, or how stupid it is, or how mad it is to do this. Okay. So I want you to think about this for a second. Look at the photographs. Think of an accident that happened to you once. And in the chat, I want you to tell me your story very, very quickly. What do these pictures remind you of? Things that happened to you. And what did you learn from this story? And while you're doing that, I will just try to get the chat back up on my screen. I'm afraid I'm not getting the chat, so I can't see what you're saying. But what I hope you're doing is you're thinking about something that actually happened to you. This makes it authentic. You're thinking, oh yeah, I remember when I was in the kitchen as a child and my mother or my father had left the pot with a handle over the cooker, and I grabbed the handle and hot liquid came on top of me. And my parents learned never to leave the pot handle overhanging the cooker. I know that even to this day, I still turn the pot handle away from the edge of the cooker. The pot handle is always pointing inwards. That's what I learned from this particular event.
Hi, John.
This is an exemplum then.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
If you want to see
Eric,
the
talk to
chat,
me.
yeah, you might want to press Alt and Tab. So you hold Alt and click Tab. You should be able to see all the windows and screens that are open. You might find the chat there.
Ah, yes, you're a technical expert. Great. I was at high school. I feel bad for my bike once trying to show off. Yeah, never show off on a bike. That's something that you learned. I once hurt myself with boiled water. Yeah. Ironing. I forgot the iron was hot. Placed it on my leg. I shouldn't laugh. I know that was terrible. But you obviously learned something from that experience. Now, these are great material for conversational stories. They happen to you. And one of the interesting things probably is that you want to tell these stories because they are things that happen to you. I was riding my bike without any safety equipment. I fell down and hurt myself really awfully. Yeah, we all know somebody that this happened to. Once in high school, we had PE classes after a debate on something. I don't even remember. Somebody kicked a ball straight in my face. I learned not to play soccer ever again. Ha ha ha. We're going to come back to ha ha ha. The ha 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 is really important. One of the things about good conversational stories is laughter. When we laugh, we show that we're sharing the experience. We are the kind of people who have experienced accidents and survived. We share that experience, and that binds us into a cultural community. So an exemplum, not just things happened, but things happened and we learnt from them. That is a really important, authentic kind of conversational story. Okay. So thanks for your exemplar. So we start by saying, I remember once. We finish saying, it just shows you Brazilians should never play soccer. It just shows you how dangerous it is to have children in the kitchen, for example. So again, in groups of 3 in the classroom, when we get physically back into the classroom again, in groups of 3, you can have a conversational exemplum. It ends with something you've learned. You have to teach the vocabulary for it shows you, you mustn't, you shouldn't. We have to teach the English that allows us to express what we have learned from the exemplum. And B, the listener must go, yeah, sure, same thing happened to me. Yeah, I know. C again can monitor the responses, and C can say how interested the listener was in the speaker's story. Because again, different cultures have different levels of emotional engagement. I don't know if you've ever had to tried to have a conversation with a Scandinavian. Scandinavians have no emotion. They go, yes, really interesting. Whereas Brazilians are going, no, wow, cool. So there are different degrees of cultural norm for levels of engagement that we have to be sensitive to. So we tell these stories. They allow the speaker to talk about a personal experience, an authentic personal experience. It's got a model. It indirectly reveals our attitudes and our values and our beliefs about things like cycling and cooking and PE and soccer and how we feel about sports. It allows the listeners the opportunity to share or reject those values. You have to back channel. You have to evaluate. Wow, no, so. Oh, how terrible. So you have to listen to that. And the listener has to show listenership. Okay, those are examples. Now, I'm going to move on to anecdotes. These are my favorite kind of story, conversational story. And they're really, really important for friendship. An anecdote is when I tell a story, like the story of Matilda, but I invite more of emotional response. I tell you about my emotional response, and I invite you to share my emotional response. And so you have to be able to share that emotional response if it's going to be a good anecdote. So, unlike a recount, Unlike an exemplum, an anecdote ends, or there is an involvement of a strong emotional evaluation, and you're expected to respond to it appropriately. Usually I want you to agree with me. You don't need to agree with me, but you're expected to respond to it in some way. Unlike exemplar, you don't need to learn from it. There isn't a moral at the end of an anecdote, but there is something emotional about it, and it's our opportunity to share these emotional responses to events. So how would an anecdote finish? I can tell you, I felt so. You need an emotional adjective to end that sentence. So I can say, and then Matilda the dog got sick, and I felt so. What would you say? I'm going to ask you to put this in the chat again. What adjective would you put in? If you were me telling the story of Matilda, I can tell you, after she fell sick, I felt so, what do you say? Alt tab, guilty. Guilty. Now, if you're saying guilty, you're making some assumptions about me, my values, my attitudes. You're also telling me something about yourself, your attitudes, your values. Sad. Yeah, this is actually true. I lay awake at night and I thought my karma is so negative. And I did feel guilty, devastated. Some people say, I felt hopeful. She's going to die. Again, that tells you something about what you think about my character. So we're negotiating my identity. With a single adjective, you are telling me what you think about me. So anecdotes, you need this kind of evaluative and emotional vocabulary. If you haven't taught it, your students cannot participate in anecdotes. So we need to think about the kind of vocabulary that we need to have this kind of conversation. So, thank you for all the guilt that you're putting in my direction. So, one way of looking for emotional vocabulary, if you're interested, like me, in corpora of English, you can go to something like the British National Corpus online, and you can put in a search for I felt so, and this is the British National Corpus. I felt so adjective. And one of the interesting things about this is it tells you about the British. What did the British feel? So this is the most frequent responses to this search in the British National Corpus. I felt so sorry. I felt so guilty. The British are very good at guilt. I felt so rough. This is not Matilda. This is a night out at the pub. Last night I was drinking caipirinha. This morning when I got up, I felt so rough. I felt so embarrassed. I ate too much last night. I felt so bloated. I felt so ashamed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 most frequent adjectives after I felt so in the British National Corpus. They're all negative. So now you understand the British better. We eat too much, we drink too much, we feel guilty. There are other corpora. This is one of my favorite corpora. This is the corpus of American soap operas. If you put in I felt so adjective into the corpus of American telenovelas, you get a much broader range of vocabulary. And this is fantastic for teaching anecdotes. I felt so bad. Sorry, this is my American accent. I felt so bad. I felt so guilty. I felt so safe. I felt so helpless. I felt so alive. I felt so empty. I felt so stupid. Notice the American there, stupid. I felt so good. I felt so off. I felt so betrayed. So if you're teaching anecdotes, this is a fantastic resource for rich, evaluative language that will allow your students to participate in this kind of conversational story. This is what I call the drama queen anecdote. My wife gave me a mug that says drama queen on it because she insists that this is what I am. You can choose one or more of the expressions from the SOAP corpus and tell a story that leads up to it. A terrible or really nice thing happened once, but it must end with one of the adjectives on the right-hand side of the screen. It must end with, I felt so bad, or I felt so alive. You can tell a good anecdote. Not all anecdotes need to be negative. You can say, oh, this great thing happened to me, and I felt so alive. And you went, wow, good for you. I felt so betrayed. I felt so horrible. So I want you to think about that. I want you to choose one of these adjectives and tell me a story that leads up to that adjective. I felt so lucky. Choose one. And again, I'll put in Alt tab, and I will see what you're saying. So tell me what your favorite choice is. I felt so empty. I'll give you the corpus access afterwards. It's easy, it's freely available online. After so many searches, you have to register. If you want to use it a lot each day, he's now asking you to pay. When it started out, it was free, but this is one of the Brigham Young corpora. Some people might know the Corpus of Contemporary American English. It's part of the same suite. There's even a corpus of Portuguese there, Brazilian and continental. I felt so awful. I felt so alive. You see, you're actually telling me a lot about your character through the choice of the adjective that you're choosing to tell stories about. I felt so, Karine, I felt so empty. It's Sunday. Don't worry, dear, it will get better. I felt so embarrassing, but you're embarrassing me. I felt so embarrassed. I felt so ashamed. Great, okay. So you're telling a story. You have to tell a story that ends with that. And these are anecdotes. Okay. One of the things that we do with conversation, a conversation is very, very evaluative. So if you haven't got the vocabulary for evaluation, you really don't have good conversations. And if you want to evaluate something, you have to intensify it. You can't simply say, yeah, it was good. I went to a film, I saw a film last night. Oh, really? What was it like? It was good. You need to intensify things if you're going to have interesting conversations. So I want you to intensify the following adjective for me in the way that you would do it if you were having a conversation in spoken English. If you're telling about a holiday, I went on holiday in the days when we could travel, before the epidemic that we won't talk about, but in the days that we can travel, I went to Minas Gerais. We found this hotel. Our hotel room was positive adjective. I want you to give me a positive adjective, and I want you to intensify it for me. Can you do that in the chat room? I'm kind of curious about how you intensify adjectives. Alt. Tab. Quite intense, extremely nice, really. Absolutely. Really comfortable, heavenly. It was heavenly. That's good because the adjective itself is intensive. Surprisingly big. Oh, nice. Oh, go. You must be English language teachers. Incredibly clean. Now, be honest. If you're having a conversation and you're talking about the hotel room and you say, our hotel room was incredibly clean. Our hotel room was extremely clean. Our hotel room is really clean. Is that really what you're going to say? are you going to intensify using these adverbs? If you look at a corpus, this is how we do it. So let's say a room's clean, roomy, cheap. How do you intensify this informally? You don't say that, oh yes, a room was incredibly roomy. It was surprisingly cheap. You'd say nice and. Our hotel room was nice and clean. Our hotel room was nice and roomy. Ooh, our hotel room was nice and cheap. How many of us teach nice and positive argument, adjective? It's a really, really common way of intensifying things in conversation. And it doesn't make you sound like an English teacher. If you say it was nice and roomy, rather than it was incredibly roomy, it sounds more natural. It sounds more authentic. Again, if you go to the corpus of contemporary American English, and you put nice and adjective, you get all these things. Nice and warm, nice and easy, nice and hot, nice and clean, nice and soft, nice and smooth, nice and sweet, nice and thin, nice and tender, nice and moist, nice and brown, nice and quiet, nice and fresh, nice and cold, nice. But you can see how common this is. And you can play a kind of bingo. You can give students cards. One with nice and creamy, one nice and friendly, nice and fresh, nice and moist, nice and sweet. And you can say, okay, bingo cards. Now I want you to have a story, tell a story, and when you say nice and tender, you put in the card. So you're playing kind of nice and bingo, okay? And that will give you practice in using this incredibly important evaluative vocabulary. Because as I say, if your students haven't got this kind of vocabulary at their fingertips, they're not going to have natural sounding stories. So those are anecdotes. Anecdotes are an opportunity to evaluate, an opportunity to express emotion, an opportunity to express what you feel about things. Am I a nice guy? Am I a nasty guy? Should I feel guilty? Should I feel hopeful? Should I feel nice and happy about something? A narrative, the most complicated kind of story, involves nearly everything, or can involve nearly everything that we've talked about so far. It involves a narrative sequence, like a recount. It involves usually a problem and a resolution that you might learn something from, or it might just be an opportunity, again, to show emotion, to show feeling, and invite empathy. Carol yesterday was talking about the importance of being empathic in nonviolent communication, and listenership and having the vocabulary and the means to show empathy is very, very important. So narratives are sometimes constructed as an invitation to show empathy. But a narrative usually has what the story is about. You give a kind of frame or an introduction. It'll say where and when it took place. There will be a complicating event or problem, which I've put in red because it's essential. Then there's a resolution. What happened or what didn't happen? How did it turn out? And then there might be evaluations, emotional evaluations at any point in the story. And there might be what is called a coda you might sum up at the end. And maybe your listener will sum up for you. Your listener might tell you the point of the story. Your listener might give you what you've learned from the story. And this will be what they call the co-creation of conversational narratives. So sometimes a listener does it, sometimes the speaker does it, but the speaker usually gives the complicating event and the resolution. So I want you to think, today we are not talking about the epidemic, but before the epidemic struck, what was the worst thing that you could possibly imagine happening to you? I just want you to think, what is the worst possible thing that can happen to you or to your learners, a group of teenage students, let's say, what is the worst possible thing that can happen in your daily lives? Jamie Oliver says it all the time. I'm not sure what it is. Just write to me in the chat. What is the worst thing that can happen to a teenager, let's say? Bullying, yeah, that's bad. But I'm thinking of an individual event. The worst thing that can happen to you. No Wi-Fi. You're getting close. Losing a loved one, that's very, very true. Lose a boyfriend, girlfriend, also true. But I'm thinking actually of something that is even worse than losing your boyfriend or girlfriend. Not as bad as losing a mother or a parent. It's losing this. How many of you have ever mislaid or lost your mobile phone? I know that I have, several times. So I want you to think about this. And I want you to think about, did you lose your mobile phone or something similar? Maybe your keys or something, car keys, something you lost, not preferably a loved one, or we'll all start crying. But you lost some kind of object that is important to you, phone, keys. What happened? How did it turn out? How did you feel if you found them, for example? I lost my wedding ring. I think there must be a Bermuda Triangle near Rio. I lost my wedding ring. This is my second wedding ring, my wedding band. I lost this for the set. I lost the original one at a beach near Rio. I was swimming in the water. When I came out of the water, it had gone. So yeah, I felt devastated. So I'm expecting you now to respond going, wow, yeah, that's terrible. If you sit there going, oh, well, then we're not going to be friends. Poor you, thank you. I lost my mobile phone. I felt frustrated. Yeah, I felt empty. I felt like somebody had amputated a limb. So, stories of loss, and then something happened. Okay, and maybe you learned something from it. Maybe you didn't learn something from it. Maybe you just felt sad. Maybe you felt frustrated. The narrative can be part of an exemplum, or it can be similar to an anecdote, but it has this kind of complication resolution structure. So you lost your mobile phone or you lost your keys. When I did this at a presentation once, I'm trying to remember where, I think it was in Uruguay, somebody said, I once lost my teeth. Let's not go there. So you introduce the story. Where and when did it take place? When did you realize the phone was lost? Did you ever find it again? If not, what did you do? I bought a new phone. I felt so stupid. Are you evaluating? You can evaluate at any point in the story. You can say, I lost my phone. I panicked. I felt terrible. The world was ending. Did you learn anything from the story? Yeah, I learned that I needed to have the Find My iPhone app loaded on my wife's phone. There are elements of exemplar, there are elements of evaluations and anecdotes that you can bring in, but something happens and you have to have some way of resolving it. And that is the feature of a narrative. Now, narratives have their own function. Exemplar allow us to talk about things that we learned from. They can show you your accumulated wisdom as a human being through your experience. Anecdotes show how we feel about things. So we need to have this rich emotional, evaluative vocabulary to express our feelings and to respond to other people expressing their feelings. Narratives allow the speaker to talk about problems or obstacles that they've encountered, explain how they turned out for better or for worse. The problem was solved or the problem was not solved. Listeners are again incredibly important. They help to construct the story by supplying or echoing evaluations, or perhaps by supplying some of the stages, like the summing up. Echoing evaluations are very, very important. And again, you can practice this as a classroom activity. I'm just going to go back into the chat here again for a second, if I can, yeah. So what I want you to do is, first of all, I want you to echo the evaluation that I make. I'm going to tell you the story of my mobile phone. And every time I make an evaluation, I want you to tap it in. Just repeat the adjective that is evaluating in this story. So again, this is a true story. It happened to me. I was living in Macau. I went out with a group of friends to a restaurant in Taipa Village one evening. And I used my phone. We went to the cinema, then I went to the restaurant. And I used my phone before we went to the cinema. We saw a film, went for something to eat. I got home, no phone. And I knew that I'd had it with me. And I felt absolutely devastated about this. And fortunately, my wife had downloaded the Find My iPhone app, and my iPhone was turned on. So I took my wife's phone and I started tracking. I felt very, very good about this. I started tracking, I felt like a detective. I started tracking my lost iPhone. And I went back to the restaurant and I was looking on the iPhone and I was following the iPhone and my phone wasn't in the restaurant and I felt a bit surprised. I felt kind of disappointed. And so I started tracking my lost iPhone using the phone, and it took me to the headquarters of the PLA. Now, this is the People's Liberation Army. It is the Chinese Army state headquarters in Macau. And I was surprised. I didn't expect my phone to be with the Chinese Army. And I thought, well, maybe somebody picked it up in the restaurant and handed it in to the local authorities. And the local authorities are the Chinese Army. So I went up to the soldier at the gate. He looked about 16 years old. He had a rifle and he didn't speak English. And I don't speak Cantonese or Mandarin. So I started pointing at my phone and I was shouting things like, lost, lost. And he looked at me with a rather blank expression on his face. And I said, I think my phone is in the headquarters. And he shook his head. I said, no, no. I said, look, find my iPhone. It's here. It's here. And he shook his head. And I was getting quite angry and frustrated by then. I said, look, my phone is in there. You have to let me in. And he said, no, no, you are a foreigner. You're not coming in to the party headquarters. So I went away and I was kind of really, really disappointed. Then I thought, well, maybe the phone eye tracking is not very accurate. And the cinema is across the road from the PLA headquarters. So maybe I dropped it in the cinema. So I went into the cinema and I said, did you find an iPhone here last night? And they said, yes. And there was my iPhone. It had fallen out of my pocket in the seat of the cinema. And I felt A, relieved, and B, embarrassed. So let's see. Frustrated, disappointed, relieved, embarrassed, ashamed. Great. So what you're doing now is you're paying attention. Thank you for that. You're paying attention to my evaluative vocabulary and you're repeating it. And if we were face to face, one of the things that you could be doing is simply repeating these words to me. I felt ashamed. And you say, ashamed? I felt frustrated. A variation in this activity is that you can give me a synonym, an equivalent expression. I say, I felt ashamed, and you say, embarrassed. I felt so angry, you say, furious. So you're enriching again the evaluative vocabulary, and you show me that you're paying attention. You're being a good listener, and you're being an engaged listener when you're listening to me. Echoing, paraphrasing, feedback, back channeling. Very, very important aspects of telling a narrative. So listeners again help to construct the story. You supply or echo the evaluation by perhaps feedback, echoing, perhaps even giving some of the stages. You must have felt stupid. You must have felt so relieved. You can actually help me. You won't do that again. You'll learn your lesson this time, so you can supply some of the stages. My mother's very good at this. My mother's very good at supplying the stages. This is what you should learn from this story, she will say. So we've been talking about different kinds of narrative. The four main types: recount, exemplum, anecdote, narrative. You can vary the theme. As I say, the books on conversation are very, very thick. So there's lots to be said about conversations. You can change the tenses. You can turn this into a classroom activity. Tell the story in the past tense. I lost my iPhone. I went to the Chinese Army headquarters. Turn it into the present tense. So I realize I've lost my iPhone. So I go to the Chinese, and there is this guy standing there, and he has got his rifle, and he's looking at me, and there's this blank expression on his face. So the move from the past to the present tense can make a conversation much more dramatic, much more vivid. So you can practice. Do a second story. Some of you are already doing this. When I asked you to talk about accidents, I tell you about my accident, you tell me about your accident. A tells a story, B tells a story about the same thing, C must follow up with a related but better story. The thing about second storying is the accidents must get more and more dramatic, more and more intense. You can't have second stories that say, I fell off my bike and broke my leg. And the second person says, oh yes, I also fell off my bike and I had a bruise. The second story must be more exciting than the first story. That's a rule of conversation. Because conversations are things like, we're people who have the same kind of experiences, but my experience is better than your experience. That's the second story structure. You can add reported speech. That really dramatizes a story. You can say, and the Chinese soldier, he was like, your phone's not here. And I'm like, it is. And he's like, your phone, this is the army, you're not getting in. And I'm like, I've got to get in, my phone's in there. And he's like, how do you know? And I say, I'm tracking. And he says, you're crazy. So reported speech makes a story much more dramatic. Gossip narratives. I promised you a bit of gossip. Gossip narratives, again, are about 80% of conversational narrative in English. You tell a story about somebody who is not present, a friend, a colleague, a boss. They did something bad. This is how I feel about it. It can be an anecdote, it can be an exemplum, it can be a narrative, but it allows you to talk about somebody who's not present, what they did, and how you feel about it. If you don't want to do it with real people, you can use fictional people. You can talk about soap characters with your learners. Did you watch this telenovela last night? Did you see what they did? Tell me what they did. Tell me how you feel about it. These are great, great narrative possibilities for showing emotion, showing evaluation, and sharing experience, which is what conversation is all about. Finally, because I know our time is coming to an end, one of the things that we do in the intercultural language education SIG is we talk about ethnography a lot. Ethnography is really about cultural exploration and description. So when you go back out into the world again, and I hope that one day we will go back out into the world, I want you to become ethnographers in Portuguese and English. I want you to listen to the kind of conversation that you hear around you when we go back into restaurants, when we go back into family situations. What kind of conversational stories do people tell in your environment? Do they tell recounts, exempla, anecdotes, narratives? How do people listen? What is their body language like? What is their back channeling like? What kind of evaluative vocabulary do they really use? Do they really say, that is really surprising? Or do they go, oh my God? What do they do? Do they say, it was incredibly clean? Or do they say, it was nice and clean? What is the actual authentic vocabulary of conversation in Portuguese and English? Who controls the conversational topics? This is a really interesting question. In a mixed gender group, do males monopolize the conversation? Are they the problem solvers? Do women tell problem-solving narratives? Some of the research in these books suggests that males, are more likely to tell problem-solving narratives. Women are more likely to talk about anecdotes. They're more likely to invite and share emotions. I don't think I believe that because I watched my mother in action. But start observing and ask yourself, who's controlling the conversation in this group? What happens if you don't support the speaker? At university, when we're feeling brave, we sometimes get our students who are doing social linguistics to go and have a conversation with somebody, but they don't back channel and they watch the speaker. Give them nothing. Give them no supportive back channeling. Don't move your face. One of the things that happens with speakers, the speakers become more animated because they're trying to get you to back channel. Give them nothing. See what happens. It's a dangerous experiment, but try it. What happens if you don't feel the same way as a storyteller? What if I'm saying, well, I thought we should get rid of the dog, and I thought it's a really stupid thing to get this dog. Get rid of the dog. And you're thinking, what a cold-hearted, horrible person you are. Do you simply tone down? You go, oh yeah, okay, fine. Look, that's the time. I've got to go somewhere else. How do you get out of a conversation that you don't want to be part of? And if people are having second stories, do you always come up with the best second story? Do people share the opportunity to have the best second story? I once had an Australian friend who always had the best story. I would tell a story, his story was always better than mine. I hated him. Good second story clusters, good clusters of people usually give the opportunity to outdo the others. They collaborate in sharing the opportunity to have the best second story. Final point. This is a slide that I showed at the beginning, and I hope that now it makes more sense. The centrality of conversation to human discourse owes to the fact that it's a primary location for the enactment of social values and relationships. We relate to each other. We dramatize our values through conversation. We establish, maintain, modify our social identities through conversation. We do this by giving opportunities to learn from our experiences and opportunities to show our feelings about our experiences. And to do that, we have to have the vocabulary of feelings and the opportunity to demonstrate those feelings. We do it through stories. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for participating. Does anybody have any questions? We can all share stories about screens freezing during online seminars. What is happening to me here is it's saying your internet connection is unstable every 30 seconds. So I don't know if you have heard anything that I have been saying for the past hour.
What could you hear?
Well, thank you for being
very
here.
well. So Very soon we'll be moving to the concurrent sessions.
Are the slides going to be available? Yes, they are.
John, I don't know if you can see, there are 2 questions. We don't have a lot of time left, but can you see the questions,
Oh,
or
no, I
would you
don't see
like
the questions. Can you
read them for you? Sure.
Could you read them for me? Yeah.
Sure. Ruth is asking, is the monitor a kind of moderator, making sure A and B have speaking turns?
Yeah. No. For me, the monitor simply reflects on and reports on the conversation afterwards. Sometimes I have a scale of 1 to 5, going from really bored to 2 interested. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bored, interested, quite interested, neutral, slightly bored, very bored. And I say, okay, listen to the conversation, watch the listener, and give the level of engagement. And the listener has to then decide, am I going to be very interested in this conversation, or am I going to be bored? And it gives the listener the right to be bored. So the listener can go, really? Wow, yeah. Oh, or the listener can be very, very effusive, doing a lot of repetition, doing a lot of kind of constructive. They can be echoing every evaluation. Wow, fofinha, nossa, cute. No, wow, terrible. In fact, too interested. Some people can be too interested and you back away from them. So what the monitor is doing is looking at the level of engagement, and then the listener tries to match up the level of engagement that they were trying to reproduce with the level of engagement that the monitor understands. And you can also ask the storyteller. The storyteller is probably so involved in the story, they're not paying attention to the listener. But the monitor can say, what was the level of engagement? What was the level of interaction in that? So the monitor does not instruct, the monitor does not prescribe, the monitor simply reports. And I don't think the monitor should interrupt, no. They're simply saying, what kind of conversation was that? What was the level? And then they take it in turns. So the monitor can become the speaker becomes a listener, the listener becomes a monitor. So I'd vary the roles in the class. But triads are very, very good for getting people to think about conversations strategically.
Perfect. Thank you. We want to thank John once again very much for his amazing plenary session. And so I would like to now direct all the attendees. You'll be seeing the links to the other concurrent sessions in the chat. So please refer to those. And if the session of your interest is in this room, you can just remain here. So again, thank you very much, John. It was an amazing, very, very, very insightful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody for being here.
Good morning, everyone. Gabriel Lemos here. Thanks for being here. In a minute, we're going to be starting Luciana Matos' session in this room, okay? The links are in the chat box, so you can choose. So is the program. You can choose which room you're going to attend, okay? which session? Lu, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, great. So would you like to start sharing your slides?
Already? I'm here. Hi, good morning,
Great.
everyone.
Good morning.
Should I?
Whenever you're... Yes, please.
All right. Okay, so just a minute. I'm gonna share my screen. Yes, here it is. Can everybody see it? Is it okay?
Yes.
Right. So,
are you ready to start?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so this is Luciana Matos, people. She holds a degree in languages in a post-graduation course in Portuguese as a foreign language from PUC. She has a large experience teaching young learners and private students for nearly 20 years. Teaching online since 2018, she has recently opened her own platform, Luciana Matos ELT. Lu, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to start saying, thank you, everybody that's here. Thank you all for being here, and thank also to BRAZ-TESOL. And I have to start saying that it's my first time. So I'm so happy to start in a BRAZ-TESOL conference. I mean, especially because it is a place that I've learned so much, and it is such an honor to be here now talking to you and sharing with you a little bit about online teaching. So thank you, Gabriel, for the introduction. So as he said, my name is Luciana Matos. I'm Luciana Matos. Some of you already know me. I do have some friends here attending my session. So I've been teaching online for 3 years now, something like 3 years. And I've started, 2 or 3 years ago with a student. She was from Portugal, so it was impossible for us to have, a face-to-face lesson. And then I decided, no, let's go online then. And it has been a wonderful experience since then. And I would like to share with you some hints and some resources that I've been using. And I'm pretty sure that it's going to be very useful. So these are the resources we are going to be talking about, some of the platforms and stuff that I use. So of course, it's going to be possible to talk about all of this in very detailed, in details or in a very specific way. But I'm pretty sure that we are going to see some, to each one of these, I'm going to share with you what I like the most and why I use this resources and this online platforms and these resources. Okay, so let's start with, you have here Zoom, ActiveSpire, Anchor, Canva, and Moodle. So I'm going to start talking about here, sorry, okay, these are the screen is supposed to be. So here we have all the possibilities to work with our students. I know that some teachers use Skype, some of you may use, Google Meet, and I would like to talk to you why I've chosen to use Zoom. So why choosing Zoom as an online platform you have this live classes with your students, So the first thing is breakout rooms. It is really nice when you have groups. Of course, if you have one-to-one student, it's going to be quite difficult to have breakout rooms because there is no one to be divided in groups. But in a breakout room, if you have groups and if you teach groups, it's really nice because you can assign participants in different rooms and they can talk about something, or you can give them a question and they're supposed to answer it, and then you go together, everybody together again at the screen, and then they share what they've talked privately. We as a teachers, we can go to those rooms and check what are they doing, but it's also nice for them to have some, they're going to be talking independently, out of us. How do I say that? So they're going to be talking in groups and alone. So they have to come up with the words and maybe help each other. And then we are all back together. So I really like to use the breakout rooms. It's quite simple. If you use Zoom, you just, click on the more button and choose the breakout rooms, and then you can assign participants to room automatically or manually. It's really nice, a really good feature. So if you haven't used it yet, and if you teach groups, I strongly suggest you to try that. It's a very nice experience for the students and for us as teachers. Something really great on Zoom, and I would say that it's one of my, the best feature for me as a teacher that I would like to share with you today is the remote control. So you give your student permission they have the control of your mouse or keyboard. That is so nice for interactive exercises like drag and drop, or even to complete sentences. So students actually participate. That is really, really great. That's one of my favorite features in Zoom. So you are going to be using it, and your students can also have the control of your mouse and do the activities by themselves. So it's a very nice way to include your student in your class, because when we teach online, Tamiris Gama was talking about this yesterday, and that's the same thing I feel, that when we teach online, we have to create, and I've been trying to create tools and ways so my student can feel closer, Of course, we are online, so we are using the computer and the camera, but I really, all the time, I have this in mind, that how can I help my student, or how can I do it in a way that my student can participate more actively in my class, and we get this, closer contact, if I could say like this. So yes, I use the remote control, and student can use my mouse, so I can create interactive activities, and they are supposed to do even that they are in their homes. So I am not going to look the chat right now because I'm a little worried about time, but we'll have like 10 minutes at the end, so I can answer. I can see that we already have 2 questions and answers there. I mean, 2 questions because I haven't answered yet. So I'll check that in a minute. All right. Okay, moving on, still talking about Zoom. So this is also some really great that has helped me a lot in my classes. If you click on share, you have all the windows there, and then you choose the window you are going to use to share. But if you take a look, at this part, you have the advanced features, to share, advanced sharing features. And you have these 2 options that I use a lot. Music or computer sound only, so you are going to share only the sound and nothing else. This is really great for example, if you have a song or if you have an audio that you found on YouTube, but it is quite difficult for you to download it, so you couldn't do it, or I don't know, you just want to use the audio. You don't want your students to see the video or to watch the video, or, to have the whole screen, only the audio. So you would click here, and only this computer sound is going to be shared. It's amazing for listening activities. It's really great. Songs and anything you want. This is something really nice to use in class. And portion of screen is something I would say that it's a lifesaver, because when you click on here, it's going to share only a part of your screen, not all of it. Imagine that it has happened to me once. I had all my lesson prepared, and it was like 15 minutes to start. And I was just, reviewing things and taking a look in my flip charts and stuff. Okay, everything's done. I'm going to say this. The student's going to answer that. And then I was surfing the net for no reason. I found a wonderful text that would be perfect for my lesson, like really great. And I was like, oh my God, I do not have enough time to print or to type the text. And I do not want to share the whole screen, because if I do that, students are going to see the advertisements and sometimes we do have that on web pages, and I don't want that. I want my students only to see the text so we can read and work on it. So you come to the advanced features portion of screen, and then it goes like this. So students are going to see only what is inside this green box. And you can, stretch or make it smaller. You can change the dimensions of this box. So in a way that would fit only the text. That is really great if you want to show just a part of it. Also, something very nice that you can do with this is if you have a text or a big picture and you want your students to guess what it is. It's a nice way to interact. So you have this green box, very small, like this, or I don't know, small. And then you just move it around. So the students will see only parts of it, and they have to guess what is the picture about or what is the text about. This is really nice. And I'm pretty sure that you teachers have, a lot of ideas to use this portion of screen as a sharing screen. So this is just for you. If you didn't know, you know now that you can go to the advanced features and use here. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take a look before I go to Active Inspire. I'm going to take a look at the chat, because a lot of things here. Okay. It is open. Even if you don't pay, I mean, my Zoom is the paid version, but even if it's not the paid version, you can use that. Okay, no problem at all. All right. So I'm going to check questions and answers later, but I've already checked the chat box because I am a little bit anxious, and it was like a lot of messages and I want to check. So thank you everybody for participating. Okay, let me show this one first. I don't know, change it. Right. You know that we have a lot of options when we work online for, online boards or whiteboards. Yesterday, I really liked Tamiri's Gama presentation, and she was talking about Jenny Alley. And it's also a very, very nice way to share your content with your students. You can use the whiteboard or Kami or Miro. You have a lot of things. But I know that most of us, we use PowerPoint presentations to teach, right, online. I used to do that too. About 4 or 5 months ago, that's all I used, PowerPoint presentations. But some time ago, I came across this tool that it's called Active Inspire. I was, I think I was on Facebook and checked something, and then I saw a teacher talking about it, and I did not know. So I decided to, go on YouTube, watch some videos, tutorials about it, if I should try it or not. And then I decided to give it a try, and it is amazing. Of course, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, it's going to be impossible to show you everything about Active Inspire. I know that some friends, they have courses about it, and I've done one. And I'm using Active Inspire in my presentation today on purpose, so you can actually see the way it is, And why choosing Active Inspire? Why have I decided to use Active Inspire and not only and not PowerPoint presentations anymore or anything like this? So the first topic that I really love about Active Inspire, the first feature, is the dashboard. So if you click on this button here, I'm not going to click, but if you click here, it will open this board, this window, and you have all these options, you know, flip charts, desktop annotate. But what I really want to show you is the activities. So, you know, those activities that sometimes we go online to take it, or that we have to take one already done and then we use in our class, which is awesome. But I, as a teacher, I had this feeling like I really would like to create my own, so it would be more focused on my student and in my lesson. And I was thinking about that. How could I do it? Using my own words, using my own sentences, and an activity that would be specifically for my lesson and for my student. So in ActiveSpire, I found this. And if you click here, it will give you a lot of possibilities. Flashcards and pictures with, you know, arrows so you can write and have a picture full of words and full of questions and anything. And I'm going to show you one example of one activity I did. I'll wait for it to open. I have to share it again because you guys won't be able to see it because it's a different window. So here we go. Can you all see my screen? Can you see my, please? Yes, can you see it here? Tell me if you can see it, please. Yes, 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 okay. All right, so this is one of the possibilities, okay? It's a game. So let's play. What the student have to drag the titles to move in a sequence. So look, this is the one I did after a video. So students would watch this video, which is about skydiving with Will Smith, really great. He's just, you know, telling his experience. And this activity was about extreme sports, you know, the lesson. And student would watch the video. And after that, I would open this game here. So according to the video, what is the order to go skydive? And this order is, you know, according to the video. And remember that I told you that Zoom, you can give the access to your students, so student would, you know, control your mouse, right? So that's what I usually do. I give access to my student, and all he has to do is to drag and drop. Okay, the first one is to have a drink and take the decision. And there you go. And then you continue. The second one, I believe, because I don't remember that by heart, but I think it's to get into the airplane. Yes, I'm right. And then you just continue. Of course, it's a very simple activity, but I felt that whenever I opened this, students would go like, whoa, you created that, because they see that it's something that we created for their classes, not something already done. Of course, we can use something, things that are done for us on the internet, right? I'm not saying that we shouldn't. It's of course, it's wonderful, and I'm going to show you how I use, you know, PDFs and other things. But this is a plus, you know, something else for the students. So they would look, say, whoa, that is so nice. You created that, and it's a game. So they would play the game and have some fun and also read what's here. Anyway, uh, ah, I'm sorry, because when I close, I'm going to share my screen again. I'm so sorry about that. Here we are. We are back. So this is one of the features that I would like to talk about ActiveSpire. Something else in ActiveSpire, just like I told you, I do use things that we have online, and this is a PDF from One Stop English, which is a great platform. Yes, One Stop English, Lingua House, they are all amazing with PDFs and ideas for our classes. But what I do is I take the PDF, I download it, and it's there for us to use. And I want to create a lesson instead of only using the PDF, something more interactive. And in the past, I would print the whole page, go to softwares like Paint and cut and decide what I'm going to use. And it takes time, right? And I don't know about you, but time for me is something really precious for us teachers. Yes, we take a long time preparing classes. So this tool, the desktop tool, is amazing. What you do is you click here. I'm not going to click right now because if I do, I'll stop my sharing again. So you click here and it gives you the option of a camera snapshot. So it's going to like take a picture of whatever you want in your screen. So you open the PDF and then you come to Active Inspire, you click here and you will open a box like this, you see? And again, just like, remember when I was talking about Zoom that you can move things around and find the best position, you can do that too. And then you just click on current page and it takes a picture, you know, so like a print, but it goes straight to your flip chart. So just like it's here, if I click, only this part will be on my flip chart and I can use whenever I want to, however I want to, right? So it is really great. For example, if you have an activity where students are supposed to fill in the blanks, you can have all the words separately and you just, snapshot a part of it and then goes to your flip chart, right? It saves time, really does. Okay, I'm going to go on. Let me check the chat once again. Okay, yes, something interactive. I saw some questions on the chat, so please, can you please move your questions to question and answer, and I'll be happy to answer that as soon as I finish because I'm worried about time. Okay, something else, and this is something that really bothers me when I was using PowerPoint. It's the annotate and the audio features, because you know that on Zoom, you have the possibility to write things around. I mean, on your screen, yes? You just click on annotate and then take the pencil feature and then you can write things. But if you move to the next slide, you have to erase all that because it's on your screen, not on your slide. And then when first time that I've used it, Active Inspire, the first time I used it some time ago, I decided to try that. So look, imagine that you were teaching this and you say, okay, guys, so pay attention to the regular verbs. You can see here that all of them ends with ED, so on and so forth. And then you say, okay, and then you do this to show. And if you want to give more emphasis, you can do something like this. And okay, I've used everything I needed. And then I have to move to the next slide. But if I move, things are not there anymore. You see, it's a different slide. It's a different flip chart. I'm sorry, because on Active Inspire, it's flip chart. So this is the one that I've written, and this is the next one. So it's not there. And it's awesome because, as I said, it saves time. You don't have to erase everything. And then when you move to the next flip chart, you have to write things again or whenever. And it stays there. So at the end of the class, if you want to download your flip chart as a PDF, or if you want to take a print to send to your student in order to send it, you don't have to, erase or you miss everything that you wrote. No, it's there. It's not going to be lost. I mean, oh my God, I've lost everything that I wrote. And then you have to write and take pictures at the same moment and then move to the next slide. If you use the flip charts, it's here, you see? And even if I go to the previous one, it's the same. So it's only in here. The same thing happens with the audio, because if you download the audio, and if you use the audio in your presentation, for example, in a slide presentation, because that's what I'm talking about PowerPoint, because I like to compare both, because it was what I use it to use all the time. So that's why I'm showing you, I'm sharing with you what I like the most if you compare to PowerPoint presentations. So concerning to audio, if you click, and let me see if I know, I have to share my sound. Okay, I've done now. So if you click and you are going to listen the audio, look.
First, my family name is Trostel, and my first name is Melissa.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. So imagine that you are using the audio, right? I don't know about you, but most of my students, or some of them, they use cell phones, especially when I have groups. Some of them may use cell phones and others may use the computer. So if they use cell phone, it may be, small for them to see. So I like to have my flip charts as big as possible. And in an audio or in a listening activity, when I have two conversations maybe, or when they are going to listen to a text that it's a little bit, bigger than usual, I like to divide in two different flip charts so they can have it big. And then I just move to the next one and they continue listening. But if I did that, I mean, in the past, when I used a PowerPoint presentation, whenever I did this sound would disappear and then I have to click it again. But if we use in ActiveSpire and then I move, you see, I've moved my flip chart and the audio is still here and paused in the same position and it was before. That's great because if I have like two conversations in one audio file, I don't have to, go forward or go back. I just continue with the sound controller here so I can continue listening to the audio in the next flip chart. And if I want to divide it in 3 or 4 parts, the audio is still here. So that's something that helped me. It has helped me a lot, right? It's really useful to have the sound controller all the time in our flip charts. So you don't have to click it again. Okay, so let's move on. That's talking about audios. Yes, I'm talking about audios. And talking about that, the next resource that I would like to share, it is about audios. It's Anchor. So Anchor is a podcast. Yes, in a way to make a podcast, not a podcast. Oh, like you see the audio is still here. Yay. So if I want to listen to me listen again, it's still here. But thank you very much. No. Okay. So the audio, the Anchor is here, right? It's an easy way to make a podcast. And the first time that I came across with Anchor was because of BRAZ-TESOL Real podcast. Yay! We do have a podcast that it's really nice. And I remember that I saw it, like I think it was our president, Stefan. He sent me the links and, oh, we would like to listen to our podcast. And then I thought, well, it's nice to have the app on my cell phone so I can listen to it better. And then I download the app to listen BRAZ-TESOL Rio podcast. But then I was, listen to the podcast and looking at it. And then I said, well, maybe I can create a podcast for my students. That would be nice. It is a way that we can interact with our students apart our live sessions, Okay, so let's have a podcast. But after, give it a try, I said, well, podcast is not for me. It's going to be too long. And I have to create a topic or to think about what I'm going to talk about. And then I had this idea to create, audios of vocabulary or even homework. So students would have that on their WhatsApp, but in a more professional way. Instead of, we all do that, we are teaching and then in the middle of the lesson, a student, he mispronounced something. And then you say, oh no, Fulan, it's comfortable, okay, comfortable. And then you just send him an audio, like on a WhatsApp, comfortable. And that's it. But instead of doing this, what I did is I take notes of the words, or if we are talking about specific vocabulary like countries and nationalities, and then I record as if I was going to have a podcast. But you can see here that it's in a draft because I don't want it to the word. I want only for my students, right? I don't want my audios, to be shared in Anchor. I just want my students to have it. So I never release them. I just let them here in a draft. And it's possible when you do this, it's possible to download to your cell phone here in these three dots. You download it to your phone and then you can send your students. It is so nice because the first time I did that, students were like, whoa, this teacher is a pro, you know? And I like this kind of things that shows students that we are not regular teachers. You know what I mean? I don't want to depreciate anybody, not at all. But these are some tools that when we use, the students are like, ooh, that's different. It is online, but my teacher knows what she's doing. She's trying to do it the best. That's what I'm trying to say. We always try to do our best, and this is a way to, become a professional and to be different, and students feel like, so listen to an example of one of these sounds, one of this that I did.
Hi, I'm Luciana Matos. I'm 35 years old and I am an English teacher. I really love what I do. Okay, so this was me introducing myself. How about you? Could you introduce yourself? Choose 3 topics about your life and introduce yourself.
So as you could hear it, you all could hear it, right? As you can hear it, it is an audio. It's simple, very simple. What is the difference? You have the sound on the back, and so it's something nicer. And this one wasn't a homework. What I've noticed is whenever I send these audios to my students, they feel like, ooh, I have to do this homework. It's big deal. The teacher has done it in a very nice way. So students feel that we put an effort on it. It's not something like, of course, guys, you know what I mean, right? I'm not saying that if you just click and say you are worse or anything like this, but it's different than just click and say, okay, Fulano, this and this. I do that sometimes when we are in a hurry. But when we take the time to create this audio and send students in this way, it is different. They would go like, ooh, that is nice. That is awesome. Okay. So this is a very nice and practical way that I would like to share to have your audios more professional, in a professional way. And if you want to create a podcast, do it and share with us later because we all want to hear it. All right. Okay. Talking about going pro and trying to be more professional, Canva is the place for that when we are creating designs, right? Canva.com, that's the website. You can go there and it's free. Of course, you do have the paid version, but I use the free version and it's perfect. It's awesome. You don't have to bother buying it. Of course, if you want to, okay, but it's not something like, oh, if I don't buy it, it's not the same. It is really, really great. So in what ways do I use Canva for? Okay, you can create a design, and these are examples of some of the designs I've created. These are covers for YouTube. No, I do not have a YouTube channel, but the school I teach does. And now that during this pandemic moment, we are all recording, lessons and have to create videos for students and for our schools. And on YouTube, we do need a cover. So this is, the ones I've done. How old are you? And about colors and clothes. And this is a card for Mother's Day. So I do that with my students. Whenever it's New Year's or a special holiday, I come to Canva, I create a card personalized, and I send my students. Instead of just sending those messages that we find online, which are awesome. We do have a lot of nice online things, but when we do this, it's more personalized. So you have, our faces. I would like to just give you a very, very nice tip and hint. So here, these are the possible designers. Of course, if you roll this all the way to the bottom, you'll see a lot of other options. What I would like to point it out here is if you want to create something to go on um, WhatsApp, you have to do post for Instagram, right? Because it fits perfectly for the WhatsApp. And also you can create a post for Instagram here. I've done that some few times. So I created a nice thing. I said, oh, it's so nice, like Happy Mother's Day or New Year's, Merry Christmas. And then I create here and I post it on my Instagram and also send my students through WhatsApp. So you should totally use Instagram and it has more options. But if you use YouTube and then you have this here, that you can create, YouTube, sorry, just trying to make matter. Okay, so then you have a YouTube possibility for, the cover and to use in your channel if you have one. And this is the last one that I would like to show you. I do have a logo that I've asked a friend who is a designer to do it for me. But 3 years ago, when I started teaching online, I did not have enough money to do that. But I really want to have a logo, something that it would be like, me, something personal with my name, maybe with some colors. I like pink, so usually have some pink or red. Anyway, and then you can do it here. So if you are starting teaching online right now, you have just started and you want to have a logo, but you don't have the budget to do that yet, you can come here and do it. It's nice. And it, of course, if when we hire somebody, it's much better. But when I did mine in Canva, it was not something so amateur. It was something more, a little bit more professional. So it was really great to have your logo here. It's another thing that I would like to share with you. And also, so here are some examples. This is that I've done to share on WhatsApp. So students could talk about my classes with their friends. And I do have a platform my own that you are going to see in a minute. So these I did to include there. Or imagine a post on Instagram with the days of the week. If you were talking about real beginners, it's something nice, like a post on Instagram. Okay, do you know the days of the week? And how can we say it? Something like this. So you can post that as well. And talking about the pedagogical part, even my homework, sometimes I do like this. You see? So choose a part of your house, show it and describe so students know that they are supposed to do this for the next class. Instead of writing on WhatsApp, or even if you use the Google Classroom, and imagine you use the Google Classroom and you just write there, don't forget your homework, then you have to choose a part of your house. You can create a design like this in Canva. And Canva is really user-friendly. It's very simple to use. So it's not something, oh, I have to learn. I'm not good with this technology stuff. No, it's user-friendly. So you can go there and do something like this as homework. And something really nice that I noticed is that when my students get homeworks like this, they actually do it, because it's something like, whoa, just like the audio said, whoa, nice. So homework like this, look how beautiful my teacher prepared. No, I have to prepare something my own. I have to collect a picture or maybe present something or create a slide. No, I have to do something because my teacher really did nice work here to tell me my homework. So I have to, to keep up with her, something like this. So it has a really good feedback on my students when I do things like this. Okay, let me check the chat again. Okay, so some people, oh my God, Gabriel, 5 minutes. All right. Oh, Jesus, 5 minutes. Okay, so that's the last part. Yay. This is Moodle. 5 minutes only. All right. This is the platform that I've created myself with my husband's help. My husband works with informatics. He's a computer analyst. And Actually, I was having a course, someplace else, and I was taking a look and wow, Moodle, interesting. And then I decided to talk to my husband. What did he know about it? And then he said, well, Moodle is an open source learning platform. And if you have a website with um, a domain, so that means that you have to pay for it, right? So if you have a website with a domain, that means that you have Moodle. You can use Moodle. You can go moodle.org, and I'm sorry, you can go to moodle.org, and there you will find all the information. It's very simple to use, how to download, how to use in your website. So just like me, I had a website, lucianamatos.com.br. I actually have it. And we found out that because I have this domain, lucianamatos.com.br, I was possible to have Moodle. And students are going to get a login and a password. And I'm going to show you right now how it is, okay? So here it is. This is my personalized English program, and students have access. So I have a video, and you can have videos on class videos, whatever. And you have all the information here. I'll show you some of it, okay? I've already left here. So can you see my screen with the numbers? Tell me if you can, please. Yes. Can you see? Okay, thank you. So on this platform, students can actually record their voices and you can give feedback. So I found it was a good way for them to have contact with the English language and to have contact with, their studies, not only in our online sessions, live sessions, but out of our meetings. So here they can record their voices and then I can answer them. Also, I have a text here, and you see these I did on Canva. So it's also very nice. So we have the text here, and then they can go to a reading activity, and well, that's it, right? So you have all these possibilities. It's easy to use. It's not difficult at all. You have all the information in moodle.org, and here you have all my contact. Thank you very much for being here. And if you have any questions about Moodle, I'll be pleased to help you, right? I'll be very happy to help you. You can send me an email or you can ask more details and I can totally help you with that. So just to remember that Moodle is just like an online course, you see, but our course, something students get amazed when they have the login and the password. They feel like, oh mine, I have a login and a password. That is so awesome. My teacher has her own platform. It's really nice. So I'll be happy to help you. If you can send me an email, you can contact me through my WhatsApp, and I'll be happy to help you to have your own Moodle platform as well. Okay? Thank you very much for everything, for being here with me, for all the comments. And, it was my first time, as I said. I'm very happy, a little nervous, but that's it. Thank you very much, BRAZ-TESOL and everybody. I do have a lot of questions and words. How are we going to do, Gabe?
You can take like some minutes, 2-3 minutes, while people are coming back to this room. Okay?
Oh, all right then. Let me check here. Okay, I've already answered that it's all the things I've showed you. It's available on the free version, right? I was very careful with that. I did not want you guys to have only the paid version. So these are all for free. Yes, it is open if you don't pay it. What is my favorite Zoom feature? I would say that it's sharing computer sound only. Or no. I would say that it's to give my students access, remote control totally. So they can move the mouse around. It's nice. Okay, if you have one person twice a week for some time, do you have to send them An ID for every class? Well, a new ID, what do you mean? I mean, a new ID for Zoom? Well, in Zoom, you can create a link and students would click on this link. If you write it as a recurrent session, you can have the same link for every class. You don't have to send students all the time the link, all right? I don't know if that was your question, but if it was not, and then you let me know exactly what you wanted, because I did not, a new ID, that's it. I think it's it. So if you so send this ID, perhaps email. Okay, when using Zoom, you have a link for your class and you can create the same link for all your classes when you schedule a class, and you can send this email or WhatsApp and students can click the same link every class. So it's also something really nice. Wow, more important to use in a public school? Well, I am a public teacher. I teach in Prefeitura do Rio. I've been teaching there for 10 years. And I can tell that I've already used Canva with, preparing things for my students. And now, well, depends on how you are using it. Yes, where you are teaching online. In Prefeitura do Rio, we teach using Microsoft Teams. And Teams is very specific, Microsoft, so I do not use all of this, but I do use in my video lessons. So I record myself with my students, and then I use Canva for the cover of it. And sometimes you can use Screencastify maybe, and you can, record your screen of the computer. So you can prepare a lesson using ActiveInspire, and you have yourself also there because you can have the camera for you, and you can maybe record a nice lesson and then send it to your public students. That is also a nice possibility. Okay. Oh, yes. ActiveInspire is a software, not a website, but it does have a website. So you can go to the website and take a look there, and then you download to your computer. Exactly. I'm sorry if I said it was a website, but it does have a website, right? Anyway, when I started using ActiveInspire, shape features, I can't find it anymore. Yes, well, I can say this person had asked me about ActiveInspire shape features. I can show you to you, but not right now because of the time, but you can talk to me later, okay? Because I have to find what it is. I have so many tools in ActiveInspire right now, and I am afraid that if I try to show you, I mess something up here, and I don't really don't want to, make a mess. I record an anchor and send it through WhatsApp. Exactly. I record an anchor and you can record doing like this. I do have a microphone, but if you don't have, it's okay. You can record coming closer to the, to your cell phone, and then anchor, you can download it and then you send to your students the audio file, not the link to anchor, because that's something important. If you send your student a link, and then they would open an anchor to watch it or to listen to it. So you do have the option to download the audio file, and then you send the audio file. So all your student has to do is to click and listen. Okay. Yes, we can use Moodle. It's free. I mean, Moodle is not a free platform. It's an open source. There are differences that I cannot explain you right now because it's very technical, but it's an open source, which means that you don't have to pay, but in order to have, you have to have a website with a domain, right? But it's nice because I do have a website, lucianamatos.com.br. So students would go there and check my website, and then you have a button like enter your own classroom, and then they click it and then they enter in Moodle. So it's nice because it's integrated, okay? Could you show again how to go to a new flip chart, a new slide, without erasing students' answer? Well, it's very simple. You have here, so you can see my screen here, yes? And if you write something, all you have to do is to go back and it's there. You don't have to do anything, right? You don't have to click a specific button. All you have to do is to move your flip chart, and what you wrote is going to be only in the flip chart you wrote in. So it's not something specific, or you have to do something for that. Okay. So guys, I know that it is a lot of information because I've tried to take, some special features from each of this, things that I use. There's resources, but I'll be glad to answer any other question or to help you in anything. Just contact me.
Great, Lu. Thank you very much for your presentation, for sending your proposal and accepting our invitation. It was a
I
pleasure
am
to
the
have
one
you
who
here.
says, I am the one who is supposed to say thank you very, very much for accepting my presentation. I am in love with BRAZ-TESOL, since the first time BRAZ-TESOL, yes. And then I remember the first time I met Stefan, it was like, oh my God, the president. Hey, hi, nice to meet you. And he was so friendly, and all of you, right? You are so friendly and so warm. So I am the one who says thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Eric?
So thank you, everyone. We're going to take a break now until 12:05. Make sure you're back here at 12:05 to get the links for the next sessions. In the meantime, I would like to invite you to watch a video that will allow you to catch up and understand who our sponsors are and what we have waiting for you at the Raffle.
Priscilla, are you here? Yes, she is. We got Eric, are you here? Eric?
Yes, I'm gonna give her permission.
I'm sorry. Speaker was off. Can you, are you here?
Yeah, I'm gonna give her permission. Just...
Please, thank you.
Hi.
Hello, Priscilla.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear
Great.
her, people?
Good.
Great. Okay. So, Priscilla, first of all, thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Guess we can start. 12:09. Let me stop sharing. You can share your screen, and I'm going to read your bio.
Right.
Great. So everybody, Priscilla Vicente has been an English teacher for 17 years, having worked in regular schools and language schools as a director, course developer, and teacher. She holds the CPE and the CELTA, has a degree in languages and post-graduation in educational psychology. She has been working with students with special needs. She has also been giving courses for teachers on the topic. So everybody, Priscilla Vicente, thank you very much one more time.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank Rio Chapter Board for accepting my talk. It's such a pleasure to be participating on this beautiful event. So I'd like to thank you and also to congratulate you for putting this event together. Yesterday was a great day, and today is also being amazing. So thank you and congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you, the participants. We know it's Sunday, almost lunchtime, so thank you very much for being here. Yesterday, Carol Romano was talking about what makes a teacher. She asked us to reflect on the hashtag, what makes a teacher? And for me, what makes a teacher is continuous professional development. This is something very dear to my heart, so thank you very much and congratulations for being here. Well, today I'm going to talk about ADHD and adulthood. For the ones who have already seen me talking about special needs, you probably know that this is the first time I talk about adults. I usually talk about kids and teens, so this is the first time I talk about adults, and it's something interesting that my students, when I first started teaching special needs students, they were kids, but now they are becoming adults. So it's something I really have to keep up with their ages, right? I'm going to leave. I'll try to leave some time for questions, but feel free to interrupt me at any time. I'll try to check the chat box here. Okay. Well, okay. This is what we're going to do today. First, I'm going to give you a little bit of theory. I think it's not the main point. I like to talk about practical tips, but I think it's important to understand what happens in the brain of an ADHD person or student so that we can manage our activities and know exactly how they feel. Then I'm going to give you some characteristics. We can never diagnose a student, but we can see some of the characteristics and try to help them. Then I'm going to give you some tips on some interventions you can work with in class, and then I'm going to give you some minutes for Q&A. So first, let's understand what happens in the brain of an ADHD student. The first thing I wanted to tell you is it's something physical and chemical. Okay, it's not something about misbehavior. It's not that they are being rude to you. some of the things they do, some of the ways they act might make the teacher feel like that, but that's not it. So if you don't know, a synapse is when a brain cell connects to the other. And when we learn, this is what happens to our brain cells. One brain cell connects to the other. And when this happens, dopamine is carried from one brain cell to the other. Dopamine is responsible for concentration. And in the brain of an ADHD student, they carry from one brain cell to the other less dopamine. So that's why they struggle with concentration, they have short attention span and physical restlessness. When they move, they carry more dopamine. So that's why usually when you ask them a question, they start moving their legs or they start touching things around, because this will help them concentrate. This is the chemical part. Now, I said there is chemical and also physical, right? Their frontal lobe, that is this part in our head, it's here on the front. The frontal lobe of an ADHD brain is smaller too. Okay, so these are the two things that might that will influence on their concentration. Okay, so I like to say that because I like to point out and show you very clearly that, as the poet Lady Gaga would say, they were born this way. Okay, it's not something that they want or that they chose. They were born this way, and this is the way they are going to act when they're trying to concentrate and when they are talking to people. They are like this in life, not only at school. Okay, now as I told you, I usually talk about kids, I usually talk about teens, but what about when these teens and kids grow up? What happens to them? And that could be a question to Global Reporter to answer, right? What do they eat? Where do they live? Where did they go? Because these kids with ADHD brains, they'll grow up, right? And you don't have to watch Global Reporter to know that. I'll tell you the answer. They are in your classroom. They're there. Maybe, very probably, they had very late diagnosis, or they were never diagnosed. When we talk about adults and special needs, still there are a lot of people who don't even know what this is. They have no idea what might be happening to their brains. So it is very important that we know some of the characteristics so that we can recognize them and help them. Remember, we're never going to give them any diagnosis, but we can help them, okay? I can see there's some comments here in the chat. Wow, Flavia, you're an ADHD teacher. That is actually great. I think you will be able to understand them even better, right? Great. Yes, Eleni, Lady Gaga is a poet, right? All right. I'm gonna mention an article that I'm going to share with you later on in the reference, which is an article written after a research was conducted by a Brazilian, but the article is in English. And it's interesting that they took 5 patients, and these patients were on medication, okay? But what is interesting is that they asked these 5 patients what were their difficulties before medication, and these patients will tell the researcher the strategies that they found to compensate that. Because when we talk about kids usually didn't find the technique. So we are the ones who show them the tools. We are the ones who help them to get organized, to have better production in class. Now, when we talk about adults, they have been living with that for some time without our help. So usually they have already found some strategies to compensate the lack of concentration, the physical restlessness. So we might help them with some strategies, some new strategies, but they usually already found some of them. So we're not going to be the ones responsible for giving them the tools, but maybe for helping them use new tools and the ones they already found. And it's very interesting because this article mentions successful ADHD students. Maybe you were hoping to find in this talk, I would talk about people who have struggled at school, who haven't been successful, but a lot of ADHD students are very successful. Look at this quote. Interestingly, although as a group, adult patients with ADHD suffer the consequences of problematic social functioning, some individuals succeed and function very well academically, professionally, and at a family level. So they struggled, but they can do it. They are usually brilliant minds. They usually have brilliant minds. I'm going to give you an example that you might not imagine as ADHD, because he's brilliant, because he's successful, because he's intelligent. Of course, no one asked Arthur Conan Doyle what he thinks about it, but there are many blog posts on internet which you can find, and they mention some characters in fiction which could be ADHD. And one of them, who is my favorite actually, is Sherlock Holmes. Well, let me prove you that this could be true. Sherlock has a cluttered and messy workspace. Now, while I tell you the characteristics, think about that student of yours that you think, that you imagine is probably has ADHD, and let's try to see these characteristics here. Sherlock has trouble remembering appointments, so Watson is always there to remind him, to tell him what they have to do. He usually, I would say constantly, zones out of conversation. Yeah, when people are talking about A, he's probably thinking about B, and then he will simply zone out of conversation. He has problems with planning. That's why Watson is always there to help him. Yeah? He starts several tasks at once, and he's constantly doing many things at the same time, is easily distracted. And then this I didn't check the chat box here, but some people might say, oh, not always. Well, I'll mention that, okay? Is constantly restless. Yeah, he's moving all the time. He's going here and there all the time. And he blurs out things he later regrets. This is something very, very common. Now, talking about being easily distracted, you might think, but he sees small details. He finds small details that no one else can find. Yes, because this is what Sherlock loves doing. He's very motivated on doing that. He loves solving crimes. So when ADHD people are focused, are interested, they are absolutely focused. And this is the point where teachers should always focus to, because we have to use this great tool they have to bring them to our topic, to what we are showing them, which is our class, our activities. Now, can you see, do you agree with me that Sherlock is probably an ADHD person? I'd like to know your opinion. Yes, Mariana. Great. Does anybody disagree? Can you think of any other character who is also ADHD? All right, great. Moving on. I'm talking to teachers. I know that we could think that we would probably have to create crazy and fabulous activities and do very specific things in class, right? Of course, we can try different things, but you don't need to recreate the sound of a dinosaur like Ross did brilliantly, by the way. But it's much simpler than that. There are things you probably do, ways you probably act with your students that are very important for the students and you might not know. The first thing I'd like to mention, which is the key when we talk about any ADHD student, is motivation. Like I told you, when Sherlock is analyzing the scene, the crime scene, when he's searching for the criminals, it's something he loves, it's something he likes doing. He knows why he's there. He knows his objective. So that's why he's so focused. That's why he can see and find so many details. So when he's motivated, he dedicates. And this is how your student is going to be in your class. And on the other hand, if they are not motivated, they just don't care. They won't bother. Yeah? Another example that is interesting about Sherlock is that he plays the violin when he I'm talking about the TV series here mostly. Yeah, there are some differences, I know, from the millions of adaptations, but in this TV series specifically, he plays the violin when he wants to concentrate. And this is something amazing because a lot of ADHD students, they need an activity, they need something specific to do when they need to concentrate. Sometimes they only need to take an object to forget, but sometimes they need to practice something or to play a musical instrument or to run or to watch something or to talk to someone. So they will find techniques that make them concentrate better. Well, this quote is from one of our Bibles, from Jeremy Harmer. And Harmer was not talking about special needs students. He was not talking about ADHD students. But look how important it is when we talk about motivation and how important teachers are when we talk about that. I know that motivation is something intrinsic, and I absolutely agree with that. But what we do, as Harmer says, can impact. The students' motivation will also be affected by their learning experiences. So although motivation is personal to each learner, what teachers do can have a profound effect upon it. So our attitude, the way we see motivation, will also impact on their motivation. All right. Now, going back to that article I told you, Palmini's study, what he says is that you build with students an idea of anchoring. What would be this anchoring? Is that it would be great for students to have a clear idea of their duties, of what they have to do. They usually have this idea, but their acts suggest otherwise. So it would be wonderful if they could see this anchor and then they would commit to something or someone. Because if they haven't anchored to this future consequences, they are not going to be able to act in the present. So we teachers are the ones that could help them anchor in this future consequence. All right, this is very beautiful when we talk metaphorically. How can we do that in class? When we are talking about English classes, for example, and especially adults, they usually have objectives when they enroll in an English course. Either they need it for work or they want to use it for tourism. So show them that, help them build this idea of the future and anchor there so that they will meet this anchor in the future. So this class is important because if you dedicate here, you have that future scenario that you want to meet, that you want to arrive. Yeah. It's very easy for them to get lost if they don't see this future scenario. And it's very difficult for them to build this scenario by themselves too. So this is one of the techniques that I believe they hadn't created strategies before. Maybe they have created strategies to concentrate, to get organized. In this study, I forgot to mention that one of the strategies that they say they usually build is they are very forgetful. So they have multiple diaries, 1,000 of alarm clocks, because they have already been late many times. They have missed important appointments. So they already know these strategies. So you are the one responsible for bringing strategies for things that they haven't. And I believe this is something that we can help them create. Another important thing when we talk about commitment, when they commit with someone or something, they feel the responsibility of acting the way it is expected. So it's not that you're going to force them to do something. The sense of responsibility and the sense of commitment with you or with their future is going to motivate them to participate and to do all they have to get to that future scenario. And then Palmini says, in the lack of anchoring, so in this idea of anchoring, that is, of a brain representation of future scenarios, it is easy to deviate from the trajectory that would lead to desired consequence. So if they don't have this future scenario, so why do I have to go to class today? There are so many other interesting things I could do. Yeah. If there's something else that will motivate them more, they just won't go. And then this future scenario isn't strong enough to make them go to class, yeah, to make them participate or do their activities or anything else you expect from them as students. Yeah. Let me just. Yeah. Oh, Phoebe from Friends. Yeah, I have already thought that maybe Phoebe could be ADHD too. Yes, great. All right. Now let's talk a little bit more objectively about the things teachers could do. And then I'm going to give you some minutes for Q&A, okay? These are some of the things that I created, okay? I didn't take from any studies, these ones, but of course, based on all the characteristics and all the studies that I have already mentioned here. But these are the things I believe that, as I told you, we don't have to be Ross doing the dinosaur sound, yeah? But I think these are things we have to keep in mind how important they are for the students, okay? You will see that they are things that might help any student, but for them, this is something that may change their whole study, their whole life study. Create a class routine. If they know what's going to happen, if they know they're safe there, it's easier for them to do the other things that are difficult for them. So if they have to cope with the anxiety of not knowing what is going to happen, the anxiety of knowing that they can't concentrate, that they struggle to concentrate, there are many things at the same time. So if they already know what's going to happen, this is okay. So now they work only with the difficulty of concentrating. Yeah, so it will help them organize them. Not only will they organize themselves, but they will also feel safe in a safe environment. Show relevant motivation. This morning, I was watching the brilliant John Corbett here, and he talked about relevant topics for conversation activities. And then he said, you don't come to a person in the middle of the day and say, hi, what do you think about modern art? And this is so true. When John was talking about that, I remembered exactly this topic of my talk when I say that we need to show them relevant motivation. So if you ask a student who needs English to work, and then you ask them to ask each other, what do you think of modern art? Maybe that's not that relevant for them. They won't feel that that class is going to help them in what they need. That doesn't mean every single activity you do needs to be connected to what they need in life and that student specifically, of course. But if you can bring most of the activities, and if you can show that student that that activity you are doing is going to help them with that anchor you helped them launch, they are going to be motivated and committed. Remember, this is what we want to build with them, commitment. Help them plan realistically. They are usually called dreamers, right? Because they say, I'm going to do 10 things today. I promise myself that I'm going to complete these 10 tasks. And then they got to the end of the day and they couldn't even complete the first one because they didn't plan realistically. So, of course, here we're talking about helping them plan realistically in the English course. Yeah, so use the idea of delivering homework and study, having moments of study during the week to help them plan realistically in the English course. But this might help them plan their lives. You are going to help them with this topic specifically, but they will see how good it was when they were planning their studies, and they might change that. They might use that to work plans, for example, and even life plans. Give them constant feedback. Imagine how frustrated these students might be if they're not successful, just like the ones from the study or Sherlock Holmes. They might be very frustrated people. So giving them constant and real feedback is going to help them commit. All right, you're very good at this, and that, very specifically. And these are the things you need to work on. They will understand that they are progressing, and they will clearly understand where they have to improve. This is something very important for them because they must have very clear objectives. That will help them get organized. Praise realistically. You see, I used realistically here, but that was on purpose because sometimes when that student has difficulties and you see that you need to help them, then you get the mother feeling, and you would be like, oh, very good. Yes, you're great. Very good. Very good on what? What did I do that was very good? And I'm sure I did something that I could do it better. Yeah. So be careful not to praise them in a way that they will know that it's not very real. Praise them and show them that what you're saying is real. Praise real things that because I'm sure you can find things that they've done well. I always say, at least if they came to class, it's something you can praise. You came to class. They were late, okay, but they came to class. Yeah. Break activities. This is something I love doing with ADHD students. If you want them to perform a conversation, break this activity in small steps. They don't even have to know what the final activity is. They need to know what they have to do first, and then what they have to do next, and then what they will do next, and then they will build the conversation you want them to have with each other. So breaking activities will help them. First of all, they won't get bored, which is something that happens constantly with ADHD students. So they won't get bored because every 2 or 3 or 5 minutes, they'll have something different. Although you know they are doing this one activity, as it's broken in different mini activities, they will think every 2 or 3 minutes they are doing something different. And offer brain breaks. So like I did here with you, I showed you Sherlock, I did some jokes, I talked about, I showed Ross GIF. So give them some brain breaks in which they can just, oops, all right, laugh a little bit or talk about something different for a minute and then go back to class. This is important for any student, but especially for ADHD. And not the most important, but a very, very important thing, be there for them. Yeah, it's very important that they feel that you are a person who worries about them and who is there to help. Each and every student is unique. We never know what they need specifically. We never know what they've been living, but show them that as a teacher, what you can do as a teacher, you're there for them. This is very, very important. All right. We have any questions before I share my references and my contact? I don't know if I can check the Q&A box here. Yes, Flavia, I can imagine. We all have to put ourselves in students' shoes, yeah, but being an ADHD, I imagine it's even easier. Oh, I can see the Q&A. All right, no questions. No questions? Oh, yes. All right. Should we talk to adult students about it? Great question, Daniele. Should we talk to adult students about it? This is something very important because we are not the ones who are going to diagnose them, of course, never, okay? But we are the ones who can show them the way if we can see some of these characteristics, right? Just be careful not to mention any names. If you think your ADHD, your student is probably ADHD, don't say that. What you could say, what I recommend you do if you have this situation, just tell them, have you had difficulties in school life? How was your school life? You know, talk about it, but generally. Don't mention any name. Don't tell them you have to look for a specialist. They don't have to. Yeah, they could. It would be good for them, but they don't have to, because this might scare them, and then they will never look for a specialist. So I recommend you talk to them, but never mentioning any names. Don't say, oh, you probably have dyslexia. Oh, I think you might have ADHD. Never, okay? And of course, it will depend on your students too. If your students, if you feel that your student is open to new things, sure, why not? But if you feel that your student won't take that very well, just try to work with some techniques, imagining that the student is ADHD. But be careful not to have this uncomfortable situation. Yeah. Hi, Vini. Vini has a question. Is there any way we can tell more assertively if we or students show signs of ADHD, or if any condition is just the hectic daily life? That's a wonderful question, Vini. Thank you very much. Not only about adults, okay, when we talk about kids too, what is the difference between ADHD and something happening in their lives, or just hectic daily life? ADHD is something they have been living all their lives. Okay, so it's not something when we talk about kids, for example, their parents are getting divorced, and then they can't concentrate in class, then they're having problems at school because of that. Yeah, because they're having a personal problem. Now imagine for adults how difficult it is for you to recognize if it's hectic daily life or ADHD. I think what you have to see is how different it is when they are motivated with things they like and when they are not motivated. When it's just crazy life, this is very balanced. When it's ADHD, you were very, very motivated for things you like, and you really don't want to do the other things. I think this difference is, it's clear that this is very different. When it's just, you're just very busy, okay, maybe you might want to do things you like, but it's more balanced. You're you are bored for most of the things in life, you know. I don't know if it was very clear, Vinny. Oh, there are questions here in the chat box. Do you have any other suggestion concerning breaking written activities? Well, Simone, I don't know if I get exactly what you mean, but you mean like pieces of writing? Is that what you mean? Like when you want your students to write? Yes, okay. I think it's interesting that you create pre-writing activities to motivate them to write, to want to write, you know, so that it's gonna be interesting for them. Maybe creating some pre-writing activities to do in class, and then ask them to do at home, but motivating them to write that, you know. I think trying to bring topics that they can choose, this is something interesting too. If you want them to write about something, choose 3 topics so that they feel that they are choosing one of them, you know. Of course, if you choose 3 topics, those are the 3 that if they choose any of them, it's going to be okay. It's what you expect them to produce. Yeah. But then the feeling of choosing will make them feel more motivated to write. Okay. Yes, Faye. Yes, motivated, patience and respect, empathy. Yes, when we talk about respect, empathy, this is the key, because you shouldn't think that they are doing that on purpose. That's the sentence that we have to keep in mind when we talk about ADHD students. They're not doing that on purpose. Okay, it's not about you. It's about their brain. It's not even about them. It's about their brain functions. Yeah. Good, Vinny. Yes. Yeah, neuropsychologists' work is incredible. Yeah, I will share with you. Let me change here the slide so that you can also have contact with the references. I absolutely recommend these two last research articles. They are both Brazilian people. The second one, two people, right? And they are amazing. This talk was based mostly on these two articles. Francisco says, talking to their families in order to get to know the student better, would it be suggested? Well, when we're talking about adults, that's not something that we would do, right? Talking to their families. But when we talk about kids, yes, always, yeah. But about teens and kids, yes, that's something important. And it's important that you also know how they act in different environments. You know, how do they act when they are playing video games? Can they concentrate? Because what we usually, okay, for regular schools, now regular schools and kids and teens, you can ask them to go to a specialist, okay, to look for a specialist. What you have to do is you ask them to do a research with different professionals, okay? It's something called multidisciplinar, avaliação multidisciplinar, okay? You mean the article, Cecilia? Do you want the article? I only have it in PDF. I don't have the link, but what I can do, I know what I will do. I have it in a drive. Later on, right after we finish here, I post it here in the chat, okay? The drive in which you can have access to it. Thank you, Sylvia. Sylvia is my mom, for the ones who don't know. Thanks for being here, Mom. Yes, I will. I will put the link here, okay? I think that's it. Yeah, Gabriel, I think we're done with time. I hope I answered most of your questions.
Yes, Priscilla, that was amazing. Thanks once again.
Thank you. Oh, let me just put sorry, I forgot to put my contact,
okay.
My contact
No
information.
problem. You can share your screen again.
Okay, so if you'd like to talk to me, feel free to send me an email or add me on Instagram, Facebook. Okay, I'm always here to talk to you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, people, for being here. It was lovely. It's something very dear to my heart. Thank you very much. And I will post the link here, okay, with the articles. That's it. Thank you, Gabriel.
Thanks a lot, Priscilla.
Bye-bye, guys. See you.
Bye. Okay, people. Now we gotta wait for the other room. Eric, have you got the video? Thank you. I guess we can start, right? Eric?
Yeah, 121 people here.
Yes.
We can get started. Right, Gabriel?
Yes, we can. We should.
Nice to see your face today. I hadn't seen it.
Who are you talking to?
Guess. Your partner in crime.
Yes, people, you should stay here for the raffle, okay? You're gonna get instructions right now.
Best part.
Yes. Eric, could you stop? Oh no, we are going to show the video first. Okay.
I'm anxious. Can
So
I put
am
my
I.
name on the list?
No.
There's so many wonderful prizes, please.
That's
I'd
a
like to get at
firm
least
no.
one. That's not fair at all.
Should I play once through first?
Wait,
Guess so,
Gabriel, there's a question about the Google Forms.
I can see it. Yes, we're gonna have it. Everything is ready. Let's just watch the video and then I'm going to share the link, okay? Great. So people, Eric, could you please stop sharing your screen? Thank you. I'm going to send you the link now, screen two. The link is in the chat box.
Carol has just posted all the discounts and codes for benefits for all attendees, okay? These are not raffle prizes. These are benefits for all attendees.
Wonderful.
Okay, so now I'm going to... Okay, now I'm going to share the link to the form, okay? So you write your full name there, please.
Yes, Adriana, all of you.
People on YouTube, take a look at the screen. You have to copy and paste in your browser, okay?
Yes, HTTP. It's also on the screen, okay?
Try the QR code if you prefer.
People are kind of faster today. Yes, they're hungry, almost lunchtime. It is actually.
Yeah.
I'm starving here.
That's a link. Okay, it's on the screen and it's also a link. I'm starving too, Paula.
Dudu, send a kiss. People, let's send a kiss to Dudu. He's on YouTube.
Where is he?
On YouTube.
Hello, Dudu.
Dudu.
You.
60 answers. How many are we?
126.
26. Okay. And how many on
All
YouTube?
together.
Do you know? Who's on YouTube? Why not,
Someone
Simone?
saying that it can do it.
What's the problem, Simone? Have you tried the code, the short link, and the link in the chat? She's there again.
Is Simone that lucky one?
We have
Simone,
17
for
on
God's
YouTube.
sake.
17 on YouTube.
Leave something for the coleguinha. Come
17 on YouTube.
Simone, me poupe. Oh, no, it's not Simone. Sorry, people. It's not Simone, Paula. Wrong bullying.
Another
Simone.
one.
That's another Simone.
It's another one.
Simone. Because we had
You're
the
bullying
lucky
the
one
wrong Simone.
yesterday.
Wrong Simone.
Who claims to win all the raffles she takes part in.
Yeah. Paula, she said you know her. It's not me, Simone.
I know you. Tell me, what's your surname? Yeah, the Simone I talked to yesterday is the one who said she wins everything she takes part in. What about you? What's your last name, Simone? Simone Conde is the one.
Simone Conde is the one who wins.
There
the
is
other one is
someone
Simone from Cultura.
All right, Simone.
From Cultura. It's the one.
Nice to see you here.
97 answers, 98, 99, 100.
Wow. Woohoo. Getting there.
124 with the board, 117 maybe.
Simone Conde, the lucky one, worked for Cultura too.
The lucky one.
So I probably know you.
$106. One more minute.
Simone de Maio is there.
Where?
Yes, I can see you there.
On the list,
Simone.
yeah, you're there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can see your name.
My pleasure.
What have I done?
Francisco is very positive. I think I'll get it. Fingers crossed for you. Yeah, Simone, we were together 2 years ago in Caxias do Sul. Of course, I remember.
109. 110.
Let's go. Is anyone anxious? I am.
Andrea is her name?
Andrea Machado.
Andrea Machado is too. 110, it stopped. It has stopped. I think it's time to start, right? Do you feel lucky today?
Paula, we can see you.
Sorry?
We can see you.
You can't?
Yeah.
Yeah, my camera is off. Okay. All right, here I am. Here I am. Can you see me now?
No, not yet.
You cannot see me?
No problem.
I turned my camera on. Let me try again. Off, on again. And now?
Nope.
Okay, but I can hear my voice, all right.
Yeah.
There's something wrong here.
Okay, can you start? What's the first thing?
Okay, the first prize. All right.
Yeah, here you are.
Okay. 2 posters from Teaching Ideas.
Is Thais in the house? Thais, are you there?
Yes, she is. She said yes.
So,
Thais, do you
thank
want
you,
to say?
Thais.
Do you want to say anything?
Who can make her a panelist if she wants to say something?
Do you want to show your face so that people know who you are and what an amazing person you are, because you're helping us as a speaker and a supporter. So kudos to Thais, everybody.
Yes, Eric, could you make her a panelist, please?
I just have.
Okay, now you can turn on your camera and your mic, Thais.
So I'm taking notes here. So 2
Hello.
posters from Teaching Ideas. Hello, Thais.
I just want to say thank you. And as I was saying to the amazing teachers attending my talk, there are some special materials for download, like in my bio. So you can download, there are in my link tree, in my bio on Instagram, Teaching Ideas Brazil, there is written BRAZ-TESOL files. So you can download my presentation, and there are some material that maybe can be useful. So enjoy it. And
Wonderful. Thank you, Thais.
hope for to see who is the lucky one today.
Okay, so let's see. The winner is...
The Oscar goes to...
Adriana Elizabeth. Are
you
here?
there, Adriana?
Yes.
All right.
I miss
Congratulations. Next.
Okay, what's next?
Well, it's a 50% discount on a mini course from Caltabiano Idiomas. They are offering 12 mini courses, and you can choose any of them.
Great, great. Okay, so let's see who the winner is. Marcelo José.
Are you there,
here?
Marcelo? Wonderful.
Yes, Tavares English, yes. Marcelo José. Great.
Congrats, Marcelo.
Next. Yes, very good.
Next. We are going to raffle 3 vouchers in a row from a página distribuidora. Each voucher is worth 70 reais, and you can buy any product you wish from the website.
Great.
So we're going to raffle 3.
Nice. The first one is Gabriel Lemos. No. Aline Henriques Veloso de Almeida.
Aline, are you there?
Yes, she's here.
She has already said yes, really fast.
Before my
Congratulations, Aline.
But after yesterday, people feel like just like crazy. I'm here. Next one.
Next voucher.
Camila
Gobatti, are you there?
Yes. She's
Congrats,
here.
Camila.
Great. And the last one?
Beatriz Machado.
Marcos Ferreira da Silva.
Marcos Ferreira.
Yes. You here?
Congrats,
yes,
Marcos.
Great. What's next, Paula?
Next, it's a course from YouTube. They call it Educa Online. Pílulas de ferramentas, dicas e truques para educadores no desafio das aulas online.
That's amazing.
It's okay, from YouTube. I said the name all right.
Yes. Okay. It's one, right? One winner.
Yeah, only one.
Great. Okay. Okay, sorry. Almost, Danielle. Where's the next one?
Emily Caroline, are you there? Yeah,
yes,
fantastic.
Okay.
All right, congratulations.
Danielle, where's the next name? What's next?
Next, an online workshop. Is there a difference between conversation and speaking lessons? By Ricardo Barros.
Great. Let's see. Alana Ximenes.
Alana, are you there?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Great. Next.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Alana said something. What was the prize? She said she's already.
Okay, it's an online workshop called Is There a Difference Between Conversation and Speaking Lessons by Ricardo Barros.
Yes, she said she's already in this course.
Yeah, I guess so. I've just, yeah. She said we should raffle again.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to give it to a
Change,
friend?
maybe?
No, give it to a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or check with Ricardo if there's another course he could offer, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Gabriel, can you show people that all the names are on the wheel? Can you show them?
Yes, because the wheel doesn't show
Alana, I guess
all
Alana
the...
has answered. She said she would give it to a friend. Is that right,
friend,
Alana?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people, when there are many names, not all of them are going to appear here, but they are here, okay? I copied and pasted from the form, right? They are here in the box, but they're not on the wheel.
Because when there are many names, not all of them will appear, right?
Yes, otherwise none of them would be visible, right? Okay, what's next?
Well, next is a course from De Prof para Prof. How to teach language online.
Great, let's see who the winner is. Leah Paula, are you here?
That's me, Paula, Leah Paula. Okay, sorry. Leah Paula Guinancio. All right. Congrats, Leah.
Okay. Next one.
Next is a course by Bilingue. Is Bilingue there? Would like to say something? It's an online course on storytelling.
Yes. Storytelling for all ages.
Okay, so let's see who the winner is. I have to click, otherwise it doesn't work. Okay. That would be great. Maria Cristina.
Maria Cristina Caiano. All right, congrats. Congrats, Maria.
Maria Cristina, please send me a direct message on Instagram, okay?
Good. Guess we have one more. Last but not least, it's an Oxford dictionary.
Yes, great. So let's see. Marcia Camanho.
Marcia Camanho. All right.
Are you here? Is Marcia here?
Yeah,
Yes.
she's there. Okay,
She's
Marcia,
there.
congrats.
Is that it?
Yeah. All right. And
the
that's all.
dictionary?
Yeah, that's all we have for
So
today.
let's show the video with the benefits for all attendees again, so that people
look at that.
take pictures.
Look at that.
Yeah, just before you share it, I'm going to post.
This is not the end, my dear. There is something else.
What?
Yeah, let me tell you. We still have 2 games from Play to Learn.
Yeah.
So let's
Emily
let's
and
see.
all the winners, you're going to be contacted, okay? We have your
Here,
names.
Melissa Bueno.
Okay.
Is she here?
Yes, she's replied in the chat already.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, before you show the video, there's a link in the chat, which is a form for you to answer about the event, to give us some feedback about the event. Okay, I'm sharing it now.
So the benefits for all participants, Carol, can you share with them again in the chat?
Yes.
Who's going to play the video? I can do it, okay?
Dudu, can see you.
Dudu is here.
Oh, wait, this was the raffle video. Just a minute.
I guess it's like 50 seconds, Bia, from 50 seconds on, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're right.
So Bia,
Okay, I'm going to pause so that all of you can get the coupon, okay, and the link. You can take pictures. Carol has sent it in the chat, right?
Yep.
Yep. The Play to Learn is inside the SBS website, okay? The discount for Play to Learn. Next. Maratona pós-Estácio. Next. $35% off. The code is BRAZ-TESOL, okay? This is the code on capital letters, okay? A página Livrarias, RJ Chapter. And Bridge. The link for that is bridge.edu/TEFL. And the code is BRAZ-TESOL, okay? In capital letters, everything in capital letters, BRAZ-TESOL. That's it.
Bia, would you mind showing the prizes again so that I can say the winners' names just to make things clear?
The prizes? Okay.
Would you mind? Okay.
Wait a minute.
I'm going to say names again.
Okay. So the first prize, 2 Play to Learn games.
So the winner is Melissa. So the 2 posters, Adriana Elizabeth Lomba. Okay. The mini course, Marcelo José. And these are the options, right?
Yes, it's a 50% voucher.
Yeah.
Now three winners.
Okay, so we have 3 vouchers. The first winner is Aline Henriquez. The second one, Camila Gobetti. And the third one, Marcos Ferreira. Each of you will get a voucher. Okay, the scores by YouTube, the Emily Caroline. Take a look at what it's all about. Okay, how to teach language online by the prof. The winner is Lia Paula. Okay, online workshop. Who is the winner?
She's going to give it to her friend, right? She's going to give it to a friend.
Alana
Yeah,
Ximenes.
Alana is gonna give to someone. Yeah.
Okay, storytelling. Maria Cristina. And last one, dictionary. Márcia Camargo.
That's it, right?
And that's all. Yeah.
Okay, so before we end it, ta-da!
Márcia Camargo. Oh.
So I did this during the event.
Lovely.
So in case you don't know us, we are the board for BRAZ-TESOL Rio chapter. You can find us on social media. Please follow us on Instagram, BT_Rio chapter. Please tag us and use the hashtag BT Rio chapter. The sessions that were recorded will be on YouTube soon, okay? So don't worry. Give us the feedback. Yes.
Certificates. Who's going to talk about the certificates?
Yeah. Yes, please.
No, I said, who is going to talk about the certificate?
Oh, sorry. You can do it. You can do it.
Stefan, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Great. Go ahead. The certificates will be given out to members, BT members, right? So once you signed up, we get your information from the registration. So all certificates will be given out to the BT members. We hope within the next week or so, but we'll get them onto you, okay? With the email that you have registered, you'll get that. If you need anything, if you haven't gotten your certificate, let us know and we'll forward them to you.
Can we take the picture now, the selfie?
Yeah, please do.
Yes.
Oh, just a minute.
Wait. So let me stop sharing.
I won't get any better, so go ahead.
Let me print screen before. Let me print screen this screen. Okay. Wait a minute.
My hair not better.
Done?
Yes, let's go. Now, 3, 2, 1. Let me close the chat. Okay, again. Okay, now with the phones, if you want to use your phones and take your own pictures.
I tried my best angle. Didn't work much.
Eu acho que eu vou sair aqui, porque aí vocês tiram uma foto só do board, porque eu tô aqui.
Okay, Thais. But you're gorgeous.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Join our board.
Thank you, Thais. It was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
Okay. Hi, Dudu.
Hey, Dudu.
Thank you all.
Let's try the print again.
Let's try it again.
Yeah, okay. Tô rindo da Paula, não consigo.
Phones
A Paula
now.
não tem. Tem estrutura, gente, a Paula.
Let me see the camera. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Yay.
I have some issues.
Don't mind.
We all forgot the background, right?
No.
Sorry?
The background. We all forgot the background.
You can put a BT as well if you want.
Yeah, beautiful.
There you go. Let's start showing off. Start showing off.
I don't
Let me
have
choose
it.
mine as well.
I guess.
Hold on.
I guess I don't have this tool here.
It doesn't work for me because of my because of the
Background, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
It doesn't work for me either.
Thank you.
I don't have it.
Me neither.
When you
It doesn't
go
work
to
well on my computer.
when you go to stop video,
Yeah.
Paula, when you click on stop video, there is an option. Choose virtual background.
Choose virtual background.
I think I have the Baixa Renda package. It doesn't work.
Yeah, no option.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have the option. Stop video, and that's all.
Yeah, me too. Stop video, and that's all.
Wow,
Thank you from Honduras.
Thank you for Honduras.
Muchas gracias.
We didn't put the where are you from today.
Yeah, the Mentimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think
But
we can
that's
get that from the
Honduras.
chat.
Wonderful.
Great time.
Okay, but late than never. Can you please, guys, just type in the chat box the place
Where you're from? Yeah, in the chat. We can get from the chat.
Lima.
Hey,
Again,
Glenda.
Lima,
Yay.
Maringá, Ribeirão Preto, BH, Manaus, Teresina, Rio.
Rio.
It's a new city. Rio.
Nova Iguaçu, Natal,
See on YouTube.
Nova
Botucatu,
Iguaçu.
Curitiba, Teixeira, Minas
I
Gerais,
used to live in Nova Iguaçu. Hello there.
Sete Lagoas, Uhul, Nova Iguaçu,
Uhul,
Santo
Nova
André,
Iguaçu.
São Luís de Montes Belos, Goiás, Honduras, Tegucigalpa,
Wow.
Rio Bonito.
Rio Bonito.
Rio Bonito aí.
With some beautiful rivers.
Nova Iguaçu.
Beautiful river representing.
Yeah, it's more Ohio.
Well represented. Recife, Florianópolis, Rio again.
Tijuca City.
Me too.
Tijuca City.
My hometown.
Tijuca City. Oh Lord. That's very
Bahia
good.
is here. Great.
Wow. It's great.
I don't want to
Floripa.
stay here. I want to go back to Bahia.
Yeah.
I wish.
You wish.
Curitiba.
Yeah, it's a good one. Curitiba.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Southern Cone. Missing Southern Cone.
Very nice.
All right.
Teixeira de Freitas.
Okay.
Ah, that's cool.
So nice to see so many people from different places.
Amazing. We went global.
Alagoas, yeah.
True. Okay.
So everybody knows Rio chapter now.
Yes.
Alagoas, Extremo Sul, Ribeirão Preto.
Wow. Very good.
I really appreciate all of you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you very much.
A big round
Thanks
of
a lot.
applause.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, David.
Appreciate that. I love the, yeah, love it. All times.
I like your new room, Dudu.
Yeah. This is an actual picture of the new room, but that's just a picture.
Really?
Yeah.
Very, very
Yeah.
good. Not to go
Yeah,
too
you
soon.
would. You
But
would
it
be
looks
sitting
so
on the
real.
table.
That's why it looks real, because I mean, in fact,
Yeah.
somehow it
Does
is
it?
real.
Yeah.
I thought it was real.
But then you would be sitting on
No,
the
it's
table.
not. Look, I disappeared.
If you move, yeah.
Oh,
Right.
look,
real.
Mato Grosso do Sul.
Okay, I'm really
Great
glad.
pictures, great pictures.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you now, board.
Can you see my new office here?
New office. Wonderful.
No, Fernanda is the fanciest one. Look,
Oh.
where's
Of course.
your
She is so
gourmet-
fancy.
I can move.
your
I
gourmet
can move and I'm not
balcony?
gonna
Yeah.
disappear.
She's so fancy. In the fast
Não me
lane.
inveje, tá, gente? Trabalhem.
Varanda
It's the
Gourmet
light.
da
My
Fernanda.
background's the light.
The next event is going to be in Fernanda's balcony, you know.
Yes.
Please go there.
With sweets.
Yeah, Fernanda, make room for all of us.
Yeah, now Bia can come
Fernanda,
and sit
show your
there.
notebook. Show your notebook.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Leave us drooling.
Look at that.
Wow.
Super fancy.
Now people are asking, how can I get one? Yeah.
Jaw drop.
And she's probably wearing green.
I will post about it. I will post. Look
All
at
right.
this.
I'm green with envy.
You can put your name, guys.
Yeah, I'm green with envy. Yeah.
I'm green with envy now.
Look at that.
Ah, you see,
People are
that
saying this should have been a raffle item.
She mentioned.
It should.
Next time.
Fernanda.
Yeah.
I love it.
Miss Picture.
Maybe next time.
It would
Great.
be easier if we
That
were
should be a raffle item.
in a face-to-face event. It would be easier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it. I remember. Yeah.
We'll do that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
That will happen soon.
Right.
Let's do it.
Okay.
So, guys, let's go for lunch. Bit expensive.
Thanks a lot.
That's good.
Yeah, that's true.
We had a tense but amazing morning. I'd like to thank you
Tense?
all.
Tense? No. Tense?
Was awesome.
Come on. Tense?
I thank it all.
I don't get it. Tense?
It was like this.
Can we drink now?
Yeah.
All right.
We should.
Thank you.
First.
I'm gonna have breakfast and lunch now, so you guys enjoy.
Go somewhere to solve a problem now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks a lot, guys. It was wonderful.
Yeah, it was great. Group work.
Bye.
Yes. Team.
Bye.
Bye.
Team BT
Together
Rio.
we're
Yes,
stronger.
people, don't forget to give us some feedback. Yeah, Gabriel sent the
Yes.
link again. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
please.
it.
It's very important.
On
Yeah,
YouTube
Let's
too.
make-
I dropped it on
Let's
YouTube.
let's make a Ola. Go start, Eric.
Ah, yeah.
Together we're strong and together we stand.
Together we are more stupid.
No, just fun.
Don't ever talk to me again.
Guys, I gotta go.
Bye bye,
Okay,
everyone.
bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Who's gonna end the meeting? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Eric and Eric. Eric is the host.
The recording. Okay.
Eric, you're responsible for locking and taking off the lights.
Eric's the boss today.
Eric
Yeah.
is Vinicius
Okay.
Tavares
Pay the bill.
today.
He's Vinicius.
Pay the bill and turn off the light.
Take off the lights. Don't forget to turn off the lights.
Uh,
Bye-bye.
Please
Bye
do.
bye, people.
bye. Bye bye.